Chapter 231. In the amusement park, all the people who saw the roller coaster flying backward at a very fast speed were in a mess. The kind-hearted people began to look for the managers, but they didn't know why those managers all disappeared. So the kind-hearted people could only watch the fun. Thus, the bottom of the roller coaster is filled with people while the top of the roller coaster is filled with Jusama's screams, echoing throughout the entire amusement park. What's going on? On the roller coaster, Wu Yan's neck was tightly strangled by Jusama. Her screams almost broke his eardrums, making his head dizzy. Coupled with the suffocating feeling caused by the lack of oxygen, even though he's already a true ancestor, Wu Yan still felt like he's about to die. Only a part of his mind is left blank, wondering why the roller coaster suddenly malfunctioned. Unfortunately, his brain cells were all scared to death by the deafening screams around him. In the distance, Mikoto looked at Shokuha Misaki on the roller coaster. Her face is pale with fright. She smiled evilly, seemingly satisfied with what she's done. Kuriko, who was standing beside Mikoto, glanced at the unscathed Yuan Shao on the flying car with resentment. She glanced at Wu Yan and blamed her own sister for being biased. Why didn't she teach that scum a lesson? Gritting his teeth indignantly, Hazy rolled his eyes as if he had thought of something. He snickered a few times, then stealthily took 2 steps back and started whispering to the girls of Tokuwadai behind him. As Hazy's words fell into the ears of the ladies of Tokuwadai, their eyes lit up as they excitedly nodded their heads and smiled tacitly. Almost in the next second, Wu Yan, who was sitting on the roller coaster, suddenly felt his body lighten. Jusama's hand that was strangling his neck loosened. At the same time, a gust of wind blew his body out of the roller coaster. Wu Yan didn't even get the chance to curse before he started free-falling towards the ground at a height of about 10 meters. Jusama, who was still screaming, didn't realize that her biggest support at this moment is falling face first. She also didn't realize that her hands that were strangling Wu Yan's neck have turned into a pillar. As for the people who saw Wu Yan fall, they all screamed and scattered like birds and beasts. It's obvious that they don't plan to save Wu Yan. Mikoto, who is on top of the fake mountain, also exclaimed in surprise. Then she thought of something and glared at Kuriko and the other Tokuwadai misses. As for the creators, they already put on a surprised expression and managed to get away with it. Looking at the ground that's getting closer and closer to him, Wu Yan let out a long sigh. He cursed his bad luck in his heart. How would he know that the reason why he's in this state is because of someone's dirty tricks? Wu Yan's eyes narrowed and he turned his body. His body immediately did a 180-degree turn and he slightly bent his body. The moment he landed, he stomped on the air. One hand and both feet landed on the ground together. His body slightly squatted down to dissipate the force. Wu Yan dragged 2 lines of several meters on the ground. Then he stood up as if nothing happened. How is this possible? Kuriko and the other Tokuwadai girls all screamed. When Mikoto looked at them in confusion, they quickly pretended that nothing happened. But in their hearts, they were cursing. He's still not dead. Come to think of it, they really thought that Wu Yan is a powerless LV0. They came here with the intention of killing Wu Yan. When the roller coaster stopped again, Jusama still hasn't reacted. She's still sitting on her seat, hugging a small pillar that came from who knows where. She's screaming with her eyes closed. Wu Yan's face turned ugly. I say Jusama, girl. Seeing this scene, Mikoto's face turned red, and she couldn't help but laugh out loud. The girls of Tokuwadai have never seen their Shokuha-sama like this before, so naturally, they all tried their best to hold back their laughter. Where's the administrator? Where are all the caretakers? Shokuha Misaki stomped her feet in anger. Her pale face has recovered a lot of color, but you can still see the anger and embarrassment in her eyes. Shokuha Misaki felt that the reputation she's built up her entire life is gone. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Wu Yan also tried his best to hold back his laughter and patted Jusama's shoulder. Well, Jusama, as a Tokuwadai girl, you can't be so rude. Shokuha Misaki's face turned red. She glared at Wu Yan in embarrassment, but she didn't ask for an administrator anymore. She humphed coldly and walked away. Let's go. Let's go to the next roller coaster. You still dare to play? Wu Yen was shocked. He quickly chased after her. On the fake mountain, Mikoto looked at Shokuhun Misaki and Wu Yen walking away. She was a bit surprised. That woman, she's still not going to give up? So, she came here with the intention of ruining his date? Wanizma, are we still going to follow them? That's what she said, but if you look closely, you'll notice that Kuriko's pink pupils are filled with an eagerness to give it a try. It's as if she won't rest until Wu Yen is dead. Of course, Mikoto said angrily. She raised her leg and followed after them. Seeing this, the ladies of Tokuwadai also rushed after them. In front of them, Wu Yen frowned and kept looking back. He scratched his face from time to time as if he's confused. Shokuhun Misaki couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing." Wu Yen rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "It's just that I feel like something's not right." Hearing this, Shokuhun Misaki smiled. "You're not afraid of being caught by your little girlfriends, are you?" Wu Yen glanced at Shokuhun Misaki and said lightly, "What do you think?" "Mistress." "Mistress?" Shokuhun Misaki stopped and looked at Wu Yen with her starry eyes. "If I'm not mistaken, the position of mistress has been occupied for a long time, right?" Wu Yen choked and didn't know what to say. Shokuhun Misaki turned her head away in dissatisfaction. Her blonde hair almost hit Wu Yan's face. "You're still thinking about other girls when you're on a date? You're so lame." Wu Yen felt helpless. If he's not mistaken, the one who brought up other girls first was Shokuhun Misaki, of course. A girl's emotions are fickle, and Shokuhun Misaki is a perfect example of this. She was just complaining about Wu Yen, and in the blink of an eye, she's hugging Wu Yan's arm again. Damn it, she's still so close. Mikoto gritted her teeth as she looked at Shokuhun Misaki's arm hugging Wu Yan's arm. From her angle, she can clearly see Shokuhun Misaki's ample bosom clamping onto Wu Yan's arm. This made her feel both dissatisfied and envious. To put it simply, she's envious and jealous. Looking at Wu Yan's smiling face, Mikoto's dissatisfaction grew. Unable to take it anymore, Mikoto stomped on the ground and a small electric current flowed from the ground towards Wu Yen and Shokuhun Misaki. Shokuhun Misaki, who was hugging Wu Yan's arm, suddenly screamed and let go of her hand as if she was bitten by a bug. Wu Yen was stunned and quickly asked, "What's wrong?" Shokuhun Misaki touched the back of her hand. Her starry eyes were filled with confusion. "I don't know, my hand suddenly went numb." "Your hand went numb?" Wu Yen looked at Shokuhun Misaki's hand with a strange expression. He didn't know why, but when he heard the word numb, he felt enlightened, but he couldn't figure out what it was. It felt weird to the extreme. Shokuhun Misaki frowned and looked at the back of her hand. Suddenly, she saw a figure in her line of sight. Chapter 232. When Shokuhun Misaki saw the silhouette from the corner of her eyes, her face froze for a second before she understood what happened. As for the silhouette that Shokuhun Misaki saw, it seemed to have realized that it might have been exposed. Panicking, it retracted its legs and hid in a corner, worried that it would be discovered just like that. Shokuhun Misaki squinted her eyes. With her mind control ability, it only took her a moment to figure out what happened. Her heart was filled with rage. Recalling how embarrassing she was on the roller coaster, Shokuhun Misaki was even more furious. She's always been the one messing with others. Since when was she the one being messed with? The more she thought about it, the angrier Shokuhun Misaki got. Even her pretty face was tainted with black lines. It's obvious that she's feeling right now. "Jusama, are you alright?" Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at Shokuhun Misaki, who's in a strange state. His heartbeat quickened as he tried to recall if he's done anything to offend this lady. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Shokuhun Misaki's still angry face turned towards Wu Yan. Seeing the fear on Wu Yan's face, she glanced at the corner where the silhouette disappeared. Suddenly, a small scheme appeared in her mind. Jusama instantly retracted her anger. She smiled sweetly at Wu Yan like a blooming flower. "I'm fine, Yan." Looking at Jusama's sweet smile, Wu Yan was stunned. He looked like a CPU overheated. He really can't understand how this woman's face can change so quickly. Shokuhun Misaki had a smile on her face like a young girl. She skipped over to Wu Yan's side and hugged his arm. She then buried her face in his shoulder. Let's continue playing. After that, she pulled Wu Yen towards a certain direction. As she walked, she turned around to look at the corner of the building. Then, she flashed a meaningful grin. Mikoto didn't see that smile on Shokuhun Misaki's face. If she did, she'd be shocked. Because every time Shokuhun Misaki wants to toy with her, she'll always have that smile on her face. Usually, when Shokuhun Misaki has that smile on her face, it's when Mikoto is at a disadvantage. Wu Yen was caught off guard by Jusama's sudden enthusiasm. When he realized that Jusama was leading him to a secluded corner, Wu Yen was puzzled. Jusama, aren't we going to play? Why do I feel like we're getting further and further away? Is there a facility that I don't know about? Shokuhun Misaki's face. Well, Yen, don't worry. You'll know soon enough. Wu Yen didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt even more puzzled. Scratching his face, Wu Yen sighed. A woman's mind is hard to read, let alone Jusama, who specializes in manipulating others' minds. It's probably best if I don't go looking for trouble and just follow her. What's that woman planning to do? Wu Yen wasn't the only one who was puzzled. Mikoto and the other Tokuwadai ladies were also puzzled when they saw Shokuhun Misaki leading Wu Yen to a secluded corner. Of course, with their IQ, they wouldn't be able to figure out Jusama's plan. They could only bury their doubts in their hearts and once again become stalkers. At this time, Wu Yen and Shokuhun Misaki have already hidden in a secluded corner and are staring at each other. Jusama, what are you planning to do this time? Wu Yen leaned against the wall helplessly and sighed at Shokuhun Misaki. His intuition tells him that Jusama is planning to do something unexpected. Wu Yen's intuition was right. Shokuhun Misaki glanced behind and saw the familiar figure following her and Wu Yen. She smiled and looked at Wu Yen. Hey, Yen. Under Wu Yen's shocked expression, Jusama put her finger in her mouth and bit it. Following this action, Jusama suddenly wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck and squeezed her large breasts into Wu Yan's embrace. Wu Yen was stunned. Feeling the soft touch on his chest, his mind went blank. He really doesn't understand what Jusama is doing. Did Jusama suddenly fall in love with him? The girls in the other corner were also stunned. Then, they all burst into an uproar. If it wasn't for the distance, they would have been exposed. They all bit their lips. Mikoto looked at Shokuhun Misaki while the others looked at Wu Yen. Their eyes flashed with murderous intent. Now they understand why Wu Yen and Shokuhun Misaki are hiding in a secluded corner. They're obviously hiding and making out. Thinking of this, they all bit their lips and resisted the urge to run out and stop them. They want to wait and see what happens. Jusama? Wu Yen gulped as he looked at Shokuhun Misaki's seductive eyes. He had a hard time finding the words to say. What are you playing at this time? What did I do to offend you? Just say the word and I'll cut my own throat to atone for my sins. Wu Yen wanted to cry but no tears came out. For a moment he thought Jusama was playing with him. Don't tell me you don't like this? Shokuhun Misaki smiled sweetly and moved her face closer to Wu Yan's. She breathed out a hot breath on Wu Yan's face. It's extremely seductive. Being hit by Jusama's fragrance on his face, Wu Yan's body stiffened. Looking at Jusama's lips that were inches away from his face, the lust in him started to rise. Although he doesn't know what Jusama is planning, but being seduced like this, and in a secluded place? In a place like this, if he really endured it, then he would be Lu Xiaohui. Is Wu Yen Lu Xiaohui? The answer came out very quickly. Wu Yen took a deep breath and hugged Jusama's naked body tightly. While feeling Jusama's soft body, he moved his face forward. In the next second, two soft lips were sucked into Wu Yan's mouth. Ugh! Shokuhun Misaki's starry eyes widened. The seductive look in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a thick sense of disbelief. First kiss. Originally, Shokuhun Misaki only wanted to pretend to be intimate with Wu Yen to get back at Mikoto. She wanted to let her know what it means to go for wool and come home shorn. Who knew that the one who went for wool and came home shorn was her? The smart Jusama obviously forgot that Wu Yen isn't a toy that can be manipulated by her. He can also be seduced. Jusama's mind went blank after losing her first kiss. Even though Wu Yan's lips were so close to hers that she couldn't react to it, she didn't know how to react to it. Wu Yan, of course, was happy that Shokuhun Misaki didn't react. This way, he can do whatever he wants, right? Shokuhun Misaki's mouth opened wide, and Shokuhun Misaki's cherry lips opened. At the same time, Shokuhun Misaki felt her mouth expand, and a large tongue quickly swam into her mouth, captured her little tongue, and entangled them together. Shokuhun Misaki's eyes widened a bit, her blank mind finally came back to her senses, but soon after, the sensation of their tongues intertwining caused Shokuhun Misaki's widened eyes to soften. A faint mist started to crawl into her eyes, making her eyes look like water. Soon, Shokuhun Misaki was immersed in the wonderful sensation of the kiss. She closed her eyes and responded to Wu Yan's kiss. The two of them started off with a light kiss, but it quickly escalated into a passionate kiss. Chapter 233. In the corner, Wu Yan and Shokuhun Misaki are getting more and more engrossed in their kiss. Shokuhun Misaki is starting to forget her original intention and is engrossed in her first kiss. She even forgot that this place is not completely undiscovered. Kuriko! Let me go! I'm going to kill that damn woman. Mikoto is struggling with all her might. Her face is filled with dark energy and lightning is crackling on her forehead. She looks like she's suffering a great deal. If it weren't for Kuriko and the other Tokuwadai Oni-san hugging her with all their might, no one would doubt that Mikoto would have ended Shokuhun Misaki's life. It's because they know that Mikoto's mind is clouded by anger that Kuriko and the others are shocked. They all hugged Mikoto tightly to prevent their Jusama from being electrocuted to death. Wani-sama, calm down first. You can't go out now. Kuriko is hugging Mikoto tightly and trying to calm her down. She's also drooling as she rubbed Mikoto's chest that's getting bigger and bigger by the day Wu Yan is developing. Wani-sama, even if you go out now, you'll only give Shokuhun Misaki the opportunity to scold you. It's already happened. Wani-sama, even if you go out now, you won't be able to change the fact that they've already had intimate contact. Kuriko is trying to persuade Mikoto to come back. Of course, Kuriko is also secretly happy. Her real goal is to let her Wani-sama see that scum having an affair. If this continues, her Wani-sama will gradually lose hope in that unfaithful scum. Then her impression of him will slowly fade away and her feelings for him will be erased. In the end, she'll take the initiative to leave that scum's clutches. And when her Wani-sama is sad, she'll take advantage of that and give her a warm hug and shoulder. Slowly, she'll move her heart, and when that time comes, Kuriko, who thought this as a matter of course, obviously forgot that using the excuse of being a playboy to break up Wu Yan and Mikoto's relationship is no longer going to work. That's because they are already part of each other's crystal palace. Even if she were to take a step back, with her personality, there's no way she'd jump into the dangerous profession of being a lesbian just because she's comforted. As for the other Tokuwadai ladies who tried to stop Mikoto, some of them are of the same race as this black and white creature, so they had the same goal as her and, righteously, tried to persuade Mikoto. Some of them are just afraid that their Jusama would be taken advantage of by their Misaka-sama. Mikoto resisted the urge to go all out and look at the two kissing passionately. The anger in her heart couldn't be quelled no matter how hard she tried. It's not like she's never seen Wu Yan kissing other girls before. For example, Chuju, Ikaros. She's seen them all. Sometimes Wu Yan would even force her to sleep in the same bed. Logically speaking, Mikoto, who's already used to this, even if she saw Wu Yan being intimate with other girls, she'd at most be a little jealous and angry. She wouldn't be this angry. But when this girl is Shokuhun Misaki, it's a different story. Shokuhun Misaki is the woman she hates the most. There's no one like her. Mikoto has suffered a lot under Shokuhun Misaki's hands. In the past, Shokuhun Misaki used psychological control to control innocent people to go against her in order to protect her so-called Tokuwadai queen's territory. Although Mikoto resolved it in the end, Jusama is now thoroughly hated by cis canon. The person you like the most kissing the person you hate the most, what kind of feeling is that? Mikoto doesn't know, but she's about to explode from anger. But after listening to Kuriko's advice, Mikoto felt that it made sense. Even if she went out now, It wouldn't change the fact that Shokuha Misaki and Yen were already intimate. Plus, with Shokuha Misaki's personality, there's a 90% chance that she'd turn around and mock her. When that happens, she'd have nowhere to vent her anger. Mikoto could only turn her head away. Out of sight, out of mind. But her eyes kept glancing at Wu Yen and Shokuha Misaki's direction. Her face gradually turned red. Even though Mikoto is no longer a teenage girl and is now a married woman, she still couldn't help but blush when she saw this scene. What an extraordinary pureness! After persuading Mikoto, Kuriko and the other Tokiwadai ladies let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness no one died. But when they saw Jusama being taken advantage of, their faces darkened. Don't forget, most of them are here to protect Jusama from being tainted by Wu Yen, of course. No matter what they think, the two who are immersed in the kiss won't notice anything. Feeling Jusama's soft body, her great bosom, and her soft lips and tongue, Wu Yan's heart started to heat up. One has to say, blonde hair, big tits, queen, this kind of surname is very attractive. Even Wu Yen wasn't surprised. At this moment, Jusama's interest in Wu Yen is on par with Astria, who has blonde hair and big tits. In fact, Jusama's interest in Wu Yen is close to that of Ikaros, who has huge tits. Wu Yen started to get dissatisfied with the current situation. His hands that were holding Jusama's breasts also started to slide down. When her private parts were under his control, Shokuha Misaki opened her eyes. Her starry eyes stared at Wu Yan's satisfied face. Her face started to turn red. This is the second time Shokuha Misaki's private parts were under someone's control, and both times it was by the same person. Shokuha Misaki's face got redder and redder as Wu Yan's movements intensified. Her body started to lose its strength as she leaned against Wu Yan's chest. She leaned against Wu Yan's chest to support herself. Jusama's lips were sealed. She could only let out a whimper to express her inner trembling. Her body started to twist uncontrollably. Jusama's twisting almost caused a problem. Wu Yen, who was in close contact with Jusama, almost lost control of himself. Unable to hold himself back, Wu Yen let go of her captive lips. He roughly twisted Shokuha Misaki's limp body so that she is facing away from him and leaning against his chest. Then he reached out with both hands and grabbed Jusama's private parts. Ugh, no. Shokuha Misaki, who just got a chance to catch her breath, had her private parts captured by Wu Yen. She cried out in surprise, but the tone of her voice suddenly dropped to the freezing point. It turned into a seductive moan. Shokuha Misaki has never been treated like this before. Her heart was trembling violently. She almost escaped from the control of her chest to take a breath of fresh air. She wanted to stop Wu Yan's movements, but she didn't know where all her strength went. Plus, she's a sports idiot. How could she win against Wu Yen? In the end, Shokuha Misaki could only say no. She wanted to pull Wu Yan's hand down to touch her private parts, but she could only helplessly hold on to Wu Yan's wrist. It was like she was trying to resist but also trying to resist. He licked his lips and licked his lips. He stuck out his tongue and started licking Shokuha Misaki's cheeks bit by bit. Shokuha Misaki's cheeks are so alluring that they're practically drooling out of her body. Wu Yen licked his lips. But Shokuha Misaki could only passively accept what Wu Yen was doing to her. Originally, Shokuha Misaki would hate anyone who did this to her without her consent. But for some reason, facing Wu Yen, Shokuha Misaki was shocked to find that in her heart, she didn't even feel much resistance, let alone hate. Chapter 234. Ugh, ugh. Listening to Jusama's moans that reached the peak, Wu Yen licked Jusama's perspiration while licking the sweat off her face. He was a bit surprised. Could it be? Is Jusama the sensitive type? With that thought in mind, Wu Yen tightened his grip on her breasts. Jusama felt like she was hit by something. She groaned loudly. Her skin had turned pink. Seeing this, Wu Yen couldn't help but laugh. He moved closer to Shokuha Misaki's ear and teased her. Jusama, I didn't expect your sensitive spot to be here. Hearing this, Shokuha Misaki looked back at Wu Yen, who had a smirk on his face. She wanted to say something, but the lust coming from her body drained her of her strength. Her voice turned into a moaning moan. Seeing Jusama unable to speak, Wu Yan's lips curled into an evil smile. He once again moved closer to Jusama's ear. It seems like he won't stop until Jusama speaks. Milady Queen, since you're not saying anything, I'll take it that you've admitted to it. However, it's understandable. Milady Queen's breasts are so soft and alluring. It's just that I know of your weakness. Shokuhun Misaki bit her lips. She felt a bit embarrassed. Just like what Wu Yen said, her weakness was completely under his control. He even used it as if it was a natural thing to do. Perhaps he saw the shame in Shokuhun Misaki's eyes. Wu Yen smiled happily. This Shokuhun Misaki, in order to fight with Mikoto, she's given him a lot of trouble. Today, she's finally fallen into his hands. With a smile, Wu Yen moved one of his hands to Shokuhun Misaki's waist and tidied up her Tokuwada uniform. Then, under Jusama's panicked expression, he slid his hand under her clothes. Shokuhun Misaki's heart rate increased by a few %. She could feel his warm hand caressing her belly. She couldn't help but moan. Don't. Wu Yen ignored her and bit down on her earlobe. Her body shuddered as his hand slowly crept up her clothes. Slowly, he moved his hand up her body. Shokuhun Misaki's heart pounded furiously. She pressed down on Wu Yan's hand that's going under her clothes. She said with a bashful expression, "Why you been touching me for so long? Are you still not satisfied?" "Me? Well, how could I possibly be satisfied?" Wu Yen said shamelessly. "Jusama's body is so alluring, no matter how long I touch it, I'll never be satisfied." Hearing this, Shokuhun Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud and happy. Shokuhun Misaki has always been very confident about her body. She also knows how tempting her body is to those men. However, hearing Wu Yen say that her body is so alluring, Shokuhun Misaki couldn't help but feel a little proud. After all, a woman will doll herself up for her bosom friend. This saying applies to the body that Shokuhun Misaki is so proud of. That being said, Jusama still wants to stop Wu Yan's violence. After all, Jusama is still a woman. She has the most basic modesty. She can't just stand by and watch her baby fall into Wu Yan's hands. Even if she's already been touched by him through her clothes, don't. Shokuhun Misaki panted. Wu Yan's other hand hasn't stopped ravaging her body. Can you do it through my clothes? Even with her personality, Jusama couldn't help but blush when she said that. Of course, it's also because of the previous foreplay. Jusama? Wu Yen said with a grin, he's asking for a beating. Let's go all out. Don't forget, this time, you're the one who's taking the initiative. Wu Yen didn't give Shokuhun Misaki a chance to respond. His hand that was hovering on her belly suddenly moved up and gently pried open Shokuhun Misaki's breasts. He grabbed one of her soft breasts and started ravaging it without any hindrance. Smooth and tender, delicate and soft. These three adjectives immediately popped into Wu Yan's mind. Shokuhun Misaki cried out in surprise, which was quickly replaced by moans. Hugh. Jusama closed her eyes in resignation. Her mouth opened and closed, moaning while panting. She's enjoying this special feeling that she's only experienced today. At this time, Wu Yan's other hand slipped into Jusama's bosom. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! In a distant corner, the ladies of Tokuwadai who had witnessed this scene from the beginning to the end could only watch helplessly as the object of their dreams was treated in such a manner by a scumbag who owned a crystal palace. They were on the verge of exploding. Those with handkerchiefs have already taken out their handkerchiefs and started biting them like their mortal enemies. Their handkerchiefs were quickly destroyed by them. Thus, they followed the example of those without handkerchiefs and started biting their Tokuwada uniforms. If it wasn't for the quality of the uniforms, they would have already exposed their breasts. If it wasn't for the fact that Misakuma hasn't made a move yet, they would have charged out and chopped Wu Yen into pieces. They can only stay in this corner and mumble to themselves as if they're there. If this continues, Shoko-sama will be in danger. Shoko-sama, hurry up and leave that scumbag. That scumbag, how dare he lick Shoko-sama's beautiful face with his dirty tongue. He even touched Shoko-sama's breasts. He even put his hand on Shoko-sama's most precious breasts. God, he actually put his hand into Shoko-sama's clothes. That hand must be chopped off. It must be chopped into pieces. What hand? Not only his hand, wherever that scumbag touched Shokusama, that part must be chopped off. I think we should just chop that scumbag into pieces. No. I think we should just hang him up and whip him, let him suffer a fate worse than death. Shogun has been defiled by that scumbag. Mikoto's face was getting uglier and uglier as she listened to her juniors gnashing their teeth and complaining. She had already decided that what she didn't see couldn't grieve over. Now that she heard the live broadcast of the report, she was in a terrible mood. Kuriko, who was standing on the side, saw her sister's expression. She snickered and her eyes shined like a wolf. It's as if she can see her sister leaving that scumbag and throwing herself into her arms. Mikoto kept telling herself to calm down, but soon, her calmness was shattered by what happened next. She couldn't bear to watch any longer. Shokuha Misaki, who was closing her eyes and enduring Wu Yan's actions, suddenly screamed. Her slightly emotional face was instantly replaced by panic. The reason is because one of Wu Yan's hand that left her clothes is now on her asterisk. He's rubbing her asterisk and he's slowly moving up her asterisk. Not knowing where she got the strength, Shokuha Misaki grabbed Wu Yan's hand on her breasts and gasped for breath. Only here, absolutely not. Who knew? Wu Yan only smiled in disdain. He didn't even bother to answer and directly broke free from Shokuha Misaki's weak resistance. Then, under Shokuha Misaki's panicked expression, he quickly reached under her skirt. Chapter 235. Shokuha Misaki's hand is about to reach her most intimate part. She can't stop it with her current strength. She can only moan and close her eyes, waiting for Wu Yan's hand to come. Just as he was about to succeed, a familiar electromagnetic field rippled through Wu Yan's senses, causing his hand to stop in midair. His face was filled with shock. Stop! A soul-stirring voice, accompanied by unconcealable anger and violent lightning, in a blink of an eye, descended upon this world where there are only the two of them. Mikoto! As soon as Wu Yan called out, a bolt of lightning shot towards Wu Yan and Shokuha Misaki at lightning speed. Perhaps it's a sign of the owner's determination to kill this adulterous pair. The crackling sound of lightning finally woke Wu Yan up from his stupor. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed when he saw the bolt of lightning heading straight for him and Shokuha Misaki. His bangs fluttered, a similar bolt of lightning flashed across Wu Yan's forehead, then it met the incoming bolt of lightning head-on. The lightning bolts collided with each other. With a loud bang, a blue-white light and scattered sparks burst out like fireworks, shining in between the two masters. Wu Yan didn't even have time to catch his breath before a barrage of attacks came crashing down on him. Wind blades, flames, icicles, water pillars, even trash cans, stools, tables, they all came crashing down on Wu Yan's face. Wu Yan's expression changed, he hugged Jisama and quickly retreated to the back, creating a distance between them. Almost touching Wu Yan's skin, the attacks all landed on Wu Yan's original position. Then, there's nothing left, except for rocks, there's nothing left. A drop of cold sweat dripped down his face. Wu Yan didn't doubt that if he was still in that position, not even his bones would be left. When the culprit appeared in front of Wu Yan, the cold sweat on Wu Yan's face turned into a waterfall of sweat, soaking his face. Standing in front of Wu Yan is Mikoto. Behind her is a large group of people, all of them wearing the same Tokiwada uniform. This tells Wu Yan who the culprit is. If it's just this, of course it wouldn't be enough to make Wu Yan sweat like a waterfall. More importantly, other than Mikoto, everyone else is covered in a strange black aura. Wu Yan looked at this group of people with fear. They're releasing the same aura as the FFF group, but there's something different about them. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He reflexively let go of Jisama in his arms. Jisama collapsed on the ground after losing the strength to support herself. Her clothes are messy, her face is suspiciously red, her starry eyes are blurred, she's panting non-stop. Seeing this, the black aura around the Tokiwada FFF group members behind Mikoto became thicker. Among them, there's a black and white creature. What are you doing? Mikoto angrily glared at the Tokiwada girls behind her. If Mikoto's attack is an infinitely weakened version and severely off-target, Then these Tokuwadai girls are using all of their strength and attacking with all of their might. When the Tokuwadai girls heard Mikoto's question, they all looked at Mikoto with a, "It's none of our business, you're the one who led the attack, we're just following your lead, look." This made Mikoto furious. At this moment, the Tokuwadai misses are acting like a bunch of rascals who aren't afraid of being scalded by boiling water. Seeing this, Mikoto helplessly turned her head and glared at Wu Yen. "Mikoto!" Wu Yen awkwardly scratched his face. He tried to greet his wife as if nothing happened. But when he thought about how the ripple between him and Jusama might have been seen by the many people watching, Wu Yen felt a little lacking in confidence. After all, Siskanen is his rightful partner. Jusama doesn't have a reliable partner. After this farce, what's the difference between this and finding a mistress and getting caught by your wife? Plus, the group behind Mikoto is releasing an aura that even a true ancestor like him is a little afraid of. Also, the attack just now doesn't mean much, but when combined together, it's enough to kill him 100 times over. Before Mikoto could say anything, Kuriko, who was standing beside her, snickered. She reached under her skirt and pulled out a few steel needles and held them between her fingers. "Scum! How dare you cheat in broad daylight? You've reached the end of your life. Today, I'll definitely rescue Big Sister from your hands." After that, Kuriko moved the steel needles towards Wu Yen in front of her sister's shocked expression. Kuriko's attack is like a domino effect. The Ojusama of Tokuwadai all shouted in unison as they activated their abilities and threw them at Wu Yen. The overwhelming bullet screen once again fell into Wu Yan's line of sight, illuminating his face and illuminating his rapidly changing face. For a moment, Wu Yen seems to have seen his own ending. He completely forgot about his identity as a true ancestor and saw a huge boobs Grim Reaper waving at him from the other side of the river. Of course, the illusion in Wu Yan's mind was quickly shattered by the bullet screen. With a wave of his hand, a few bolts of electricity shot into the ground. A wave of iron sand gushed out from the ground and formed a wall of iron sand in front of Wu Yen, blocking the bullet screen. He then gently tilted his body to avoid the steel needles that suddenly appeared at his previous position. "Wani-sama." Seeing the familiar lightning and iron sand, Kuriko, who didn't know that Wu Yen and Mikoto have the same ability, thought that it was her sister who saved the scum. She immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. The other Tokuwadai ladies also thought that it was Mikoto who did it. After all, even though Wu Yen released lightning to cancel out Mikoto's lightning, they weren't able to follow Mikoto's sudden attack. By the time they reacted, the two bolts of lightning had already collided. That's why they thought that Wu Yen is a powerless person. Even Kuriko, who failed to ambush Wu Yen multiple times, chose to escape from reality. "All of you shut up," Mikoto said exasperatedly. She didn't have any intention of killing Wu Yen, she just couldn't stand it anymore, so she suddenly attacked. "Who knew, Wani-sama?" Kuriko lowered her head in disappointment and conveniently glared at Wu Yen. She seems to be a bit dissatisfied. Why is Wu Yen still alive in this world? Seeing that their Misaka-sama is about to speak, the other Tokuwadai ladies all suppressed their urge to attack. They dispersed the lightning bolts in their hands and looked at Wu Yen with hostility. Being glared at by a group of beautiful girls was pleasing to the eye. However, being glared at by a group of beautiful girls who seemed to have turned into evil was not a good thing at all. Wu Yen felt a pain in his balls when he felt the piercing gaze on him. He turned his head away awkwardly and didn't want to look at these girls who are guest stars of the FFF group. After reprimanding the Tokuwadai ladies, Mikoto looked at Wu Yen. Seeing the dry smile on his face, she couldn't hold back her anger and forced a smile. "Yen, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" Wu Yen smiled awkwardly. "Mikoto, you know that I have a promise with Shokuhu Misaki to go on a date with her. That's not what I'm talking about." Mikoto couldn't help but shout as sparks of electricity flashed across her forehead. "I'm asking you, why are you in this place? With her? Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched as a sense of helplessness rose in his heart. "It's over. I was really seen." Chapter 236. Widening his eyes, Wu Yen stared at the Tokuwadai girls standing in front of him, enough to trample the floor. His mouth twitched. Just thinking about what he did with Jusama just now in front of so many people, and all of them girls at that, Wu Yen couldn't stay calm. In the eyes of the Tokuwadai girls, Wu Yen dared to announce in public that he owns the Crystal Palace and is regarded as a scumbag. It's normal for him to do such a thing. Even so, they can't help but use their knives. Under their unfriendly gazes, Wu Yen couldn't help but take a few steps back. He's wondering if he should just run away. Just as Wu Yen was about to run away, Jusama took her last breath and opened her starry eyes. Looking at Mikoto, Kuriko, and the Tokuwadai girls not far away, her face flushed red. Immersed in Wu Yan's advances and the pleasure that Wu Yen brought her, Jusama forgot that someone was secretly following them. In other words, the scene of her being intimate with Wu Yen has been seen by this group of girls. Shokuha Misaki felt abnormally shy. After all, as long as she's a girl, she would feel shy if she was caught doing such a thing. But Jusama is Jusama. She recovered after a while. Slowly standing up from the ground, Shokuha Misaki straightened her clothes and looked at Mikoto with a charming smile as if nothing happened. "Era, Misaka-san, you brought so many juniors to the amusement park to play?" Seeing Shokuha Misaki being played by Wu Yen like that, she even pretended to be elegant and greeted her. Mikoto cursed in her heart for being shameless. "Shokuha Misaki." Mikoto raised her small fist and glared at Shokuha Misaki. "You've provoked me time and time again. Do you really think I won't do anything?" "Misaka-san, what are you talking about?" Shokuha Misaki tilted her head with a, "I don't understand" look. "What did I do to make you angry? How can you say it's a provocation? Then what were you doing just now? Being so intimate with someone else's boyfriend? Is it because you have the potential to be a seductress?" Mikoto's words were already out of her mouth, and when she said those words, her jaw dropped to the floor. Shokuha Misaki smiled faintly. No one would have guessed that the person lying on the ground was her. She covered her mouth and smiled meaningfully. "Misaka, you don't have much charm. You can't even attract Xiao Yen, so he can only be intimate with me. What did you say?" Mikoto shrieked. At the same time, Wu Yen shrieked. Wu Yen was unable to remain calm as he looked at Her Highness Queen, who was smiling indifferently. He cursed in his heart. Her Highness Queen is really too evil. Once she said those words, "I will definitely die." Sure enough, Mikoto's attention was quickly diverted by Shokuha Misaki. She turned her attention to Wu Yen and her eyes curved dangerously. "Tell me, is it because I don't have any charm that I can attract you? Is that why you went for this woman?" Wu Yen raised his hand and slapped himself on the head. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. To be honest, Sis Cannon's body is still a little lacking, but under Wu Yan's efforts, it's gotten a lot better than before. It made Sis Cannon even more alluring. Even if that wasn't the case, Sis Cannon is still the same Sis Cannon. Wu Yen is also very cute with her. It's a fantasy that she can't attract him. Compared to Her Highness Queen, perhaps Her Highness Queen is more charming, but Sis Cannon is definitely not bad either. Wu Yen could only roll his eyes at Mikoto. "I say, I'm troubled by how much you believe in other people's comments." Wu Yen reflexively looked at Mikoto's body and said thoughtfully, as if he was recalling something. "Do you still remember when we were at the hotel, that morning when you were with Chuju?" Before he could finish, a pair of small hands covered Wu Yan's mouth and stopped him from continuing. Mikoto's face was red as she covered Wu Yan's mouth with both hands. "Alright, I got it. You don't have to say any more." Wu Yen pulled Mikoto's hands down in a vengeful manner and said righteously, "How can I not say it? I have to tell you properly. Then you'll know if you're attracted to me or not." Mikoto wanted to bite him to death when she heard what he said. She could only yell back with a red face. "No need. It's my fault. You don't have to say any more." "Oh? You admit that you're attracted to me?" Wu Yen smiled evilly, making Mikoto's red face even redder. She could only glare at Shokuha Misaki. "My brain must be damaged if I believe you." Shokuha Misaki snorted with dissatisfaction. "Did I say something wrong?" Shokuha Misaki ran up to Wu Yen and wrapped her arms around his neck. She pouted. "Little Yen, tell me, did I say anything wrong? Compared to that woman with a bad figure, is little Exen not attractive enough for you to be intimate with little Exen?" Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. He resisted the urge to spank her ass. Inside, he was cursing. This Jisama is obviously trying to catch his words. Ooh. Mikoto had the urge to curse at Shokuho Misaki, but she wasn't good with words, so she didn't know what words to use. She could only point at Shokuho Misaki with a trembling finger. She didn't want to be compared to Shokuho Misaki the most. Now that Shokuho Misaki used her as a comparison, Mikoto didn't know what to say. Shokuho Misaki gave Mikoto a provocative look before turning to Wu Yen with her seductive eyes. Little Yen, tell me, does little Xian attract you or not? Mikoto immediately looked at Wu Yen as if waiting for Wu Yan's answer. This made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. Will you guys die if you don't quarrel for a day? Shokuho Misaki pouted when she didn't get the answer she wanted. She thought of something and her face turned red. But when she saw Mikoto's angry face, her heart hardened. She suddenly reached out and grabbed Wu Yan's hand. Then, under the shocked faces of Wu Yen, Mikoto, and the girls of Tokuwadai, she placed his hand on her ample bosom. What are you doing? Mikoto yelled at Shokuho Misaki with a red face. She was shocked by Shokuho Misaki's sudden action. Wu Yan's mind went blank. The soft touch on his hand told Wu Yen that this isn't a dream. Jusama really did offer her breasts in front of everyone. Shokuho Misaki's face was also red. She decided to go all out. She was touched and pinched just now, it doesn't matter if she's touched again. Shokuho Misaki ignored the fact that there are people around her. After all, they saw what happened just now. Besides, other than Wu Yen, the rest of the people here are all girls. Moreover, they are girls from the same school. Otherwise, Shokuho Misaki wouldn't have dared to do something so daring in front of so many strangers. After this, I'll erase their memories of today. That's it. Jisama, who thought of this, giggled again. She stuck out her breasts and let them sink even deeper into Wu Yan's hands. It's hard to tell if she's doing it on purpose or if it's for real. Shokuho Misaki looked at Wu Yen and she whispered, "Little Yen, didn't you like them a lot? So, I'm sure I'm more attractive to you than that woman with a bad figure, right?" Wu Yen didn't answer. He was so shocked by Jisama's actions that his brain short-circuited. All he could do was stare blankly at his hands on Shokuho Misaki's breasts. Beep. An electric current flashed on Mikoto's forehead. Mikoto's heart wasn't calm at all. Hearing Shokuho Misaki's words, looking at Shokuho Misaki's face and Wu Yan's hands on her breasts, a monstrous rage rushed into her heart. So much so that Mikoto did something that made everyone who just picked up their dropped jaws drop their own jaws again. Chapter 237. Wu Yen is stunned, Shokuho Misaki is stunned, Kuriko is stunned, and the other maidens of Tokuwadai are stunned as well. Of the two hands that were originally on Shokuho Misaki's chest, one of them had disappeared and the other hand was now on Mikoto's chest. One of his hands is still feeling Shokuho Misaki's ample bosom while the other hand is holding onto a small and delicate one. He can't believe it when he feels the same soft sensation coming from both of his hands. Wu Yen can't believe it, Shokuho Misaki can't believe it even more. In this place, other than Wu Yen and Kuriko, Shokuho Misaki dares to say that she knows Misaka Mikoto the best. This proud and pampered girl, let alone having her breasts touched, even if someone just pulled her hand, she would probably blush and lose control of the electric current flowing through her body. And now, this easily embarrassed girl actually pressed a man's hand on her breasts in front of so many people. Shokuho Misaki thought that she was brave enough, but a woman's competitive nature is scary. She can even make Mikoto do something even more daring than her. After all, Shokuho Misaki can use her ability to erase other people's memories. Mikoto doesn't have that ability. Kuriko's face is completely blank. It's like she's been done 100 times. She's completely broken. Looking at the hand on Mikoto's breasts, her mouth opened and closed but no words came out. Even Kuriko, the most perverted existence, was shocked to the point of being speechless, not to mention those young ladies of Tokuwadai who have never even seen an impure film before. Mikoto's head is already smoking. She's so embarrassed that she almost fainted. But when she thought about how Shokuho Misaki seduced her sweetheart in front of her, she gritted her teeth and shouted at Wu Yen hysterically. I won't lose to that woman. Mikoto yelled at the top of her lungs. Finally, Wu Yan's soul flew back from who knows where. Looking at the two plump hands in each of his hands, Wu Yen giggled. Although it's not like he's never touched two different girls' breasts at the same time, it's never been as exciting as this. Under the eyes of so many people, especially his archenemy, Sis Kanon and Jusama, Wu Yen felt like he's in a dream. He smiled contentedly. His hands tightened. The two girls who were still arguing suddenly froze. They moaned and fell into Wu Yan's arms. On one side is Jusama's breasts, on the other side is Sis Kanon. Endless heart is filled with happiness. This is even more than the last time he secretly needed two girls' breasts. This is even more exciting. In his excitement, Wu Yen couldn't hold back the fire in his heart. He grabbed the two girls' breasts and started kneading them. Another seductive moan. The two girls' bodies started to soften under Wu Yan's actions. They fell into Wu Yan's arms. They couldn't help but pant. At this moment, Wu Yen hugged the two girls in his arms, his hands under their armpits, pressing on their breasts and kneading them with all his might. The two girls were lying on Wu Yan's chest at the same time, looking at each other face to face. Two flushed faces looked at each other. Because of the feeling from their breasts and the stimulation from the group of Tokuwadai ladies who were staring at them, the two girls had lost the strength to speak. Their brown eyes and sparkling golden eyes were covered in a thin layer of moisture. The two girls were panting, their fragrances from their mouths and noses hit each other's body. They were so embarrassed they wanted to die. How could Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki ever imagine that, as rivals, they would one day fall into the arms of the same man, and at the same time, be hugged by the same man on both sides while fondling their sensitive parts? However, they didn't want to admit defeat to each other, so they could only suppress the shyness in their hearts and enjoy the pleasure from their breasts. As they panted, they stared at each other with all their might, trying to make each other back off. However, when two pairs of lustful eyes stared at each other, it was a very strange feeling. Wu Yan's bones were about to melt from pleasure. His hands kept rubbing the big and small soft breasts, listening to their purposely suppressed moans and gasps. Wu Yan's lust was rising. Just when Wu Yan couldn't hold it in any longer, he wanted to adjust the position of the two girls in his arms and give them a hard time. A monstrous chill suddenly descended from the sky and enveloped him, causing his body to stiffen. Wu Yan involuntarily stopped rubbing. He raised his head mechanically. The scene imprinted in Wu Yan's vision caused Wu Yan's stiff face to completely collapse. The Tokuwadai ladies, who could be described as an army, with Kuriko as the leader, all of them lowered their heads, using their bangs to cover their eyes. He couldn't see their expressions. Under their bangs, he could only see a small shadow, but behind them, there was a huge layer of black substance that could be seen with the naked eye. Standing in front of them, Wu Yan could see that their mouths were lightly moving, as if they were saying something. When Wu Yan heard what they were saying, his back was instantly soaked in sweat. Die, 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 die. Like a precise machine, the Tokuwadai ladies, who were arranged in an army formation, as if they were counting off, one after another, they said the word, dai, one after another, gulp. Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. Looking at the ladies who seemed to be possessed by the god of death, he pulled out a smile that was uglier than crying. That, die, 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 die. A chill ran down his spine. Deep within his heart, he felt the shadow of death looming over him. Wu Yan couldn't help but be horrified by this. As a true ancestor, Wu Yan is immortal. The shadow of death is even more so. From the moment he exchanged for the true ancestor bloodline, he should have left this world. But now, in front of him, a group that he could easily choke to death actually caused him to feel the shadow of death. Could it be that the dark girls are really invincible? The only thing he could hear was the word, die. Other than that, the ladies seemed to have lost all ability to function. It made Wu Yan feel like he was soaked in an ice spring. He kept trembling, subconsciously, out of reflex. Wu Yan once again pinched Mikoto and Shokuho Misaki in his arms. The two girls let out a heavy moan. When the moans rang out, The black aura that enveloped the bodies of the blackened girls suddenly exploded, covering the sky and the earth, causing them to raise their heads. With the same evil smile on her face, the leader of the dark girls laughed. She laughed until her whole body started trembling. Scum, are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Or are you looking for death? Everyone, can you calm down first? Oh, so you're looking for death. If you're looking for death, then we'll grant you your wish. Wu Yan's body shook and he quickly leaped back. The next second, countless attacks landed on the spot where he stood, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Looking at the bottomless crater, Wu Yan's face turned pale. He quickly put down the two girls in his arms and ran away like his life depended on it. Stop right there. Despicable scum. Don't think you'll survive today. The group of Tokuwadai girls chased after Wu Yan's figure and ran away. The next day, a new urban legend was born. It said that 80% of the Tokuwadai girls who don't have boyfriends were betrayed by a scum, so they formed an army of women and chased that scum to the ends of the earth. Until that scumbag was saved by a pink-winged angel. Chapter 238. Sit up straight. Wu Yan shuddered and quickly sat up. He looked at Mikoto, Chuju and Astria who are looking at him like he's some kind of criminal being judged. He started crying in his heart. When did I get punished by my women to kneel on the floor? Even though I'm still sitting down. Master. Ikaros turned to Mikoto and Hinajiku as she looked at Wu Yan who was still sitting there with tears in his eyes. She couldn't bear to see him like this. Ikaros, don't you dare plead for him. How could Hinajiku and Mikoto not know what Ikaros is thinking since they are familiar with her personality that revolves around Wu Yan? Thus, they bluntly rejected the pleading in Ikaros' eyes. Master. Ikaros clenched her fists tightly. She closed her eyes and pretended she didn't see Wu Yan who was about to fall into the abyss of suffering. Wu Yan wanted to cry but no tears came out. Great, now even Ikaros can't save him. Looks like Mikoto and Hinajiku's scolding convention has to continue. Chuju crossed her arms in front of her chest and narrowed her yellow-green eyes at Wu Yan. You caused quite a ruckus yesterday, Yan. Yep. Astria nodded as if she's serious. Wu Yan really wanted to grab her and spank her ass. It's one thing for her to not save her master when he's in danger, but to hit him while he's down. Chuju placed a laptop in front of Wu Yan. There's a message on it. More than 80% of the girls in Tokuwadai who don't have boyfriends were betrayed by a scumbag. They formed an army of women and chased that scumbag to the ends of the earth. Until that scumbag was saved by a pink-winged angel. Looking at this latest urban legend of Academy City, also known by the nickname of the scumbag being hunted down, Wu Yan sweated profusely. What's even more sweaty is the comments below. Had he let down more than 80% of the Tokuwadai ladies who didn't have boyfriends? Floor Lord, you must be joking. Who would have such great ability to pick up so many girls at once? Moreover, they are the big misses of Tokuwadai. A pink-winged angel? OP, please go to the hospital. Remember to register yourself in the psychiatric department. OP, what's the phone number of being chased scumbag? Please let me take him as my master. Top floor. Those on the 3rd and 4th floor, they've gone crazy thinking about girls. No. He must have gone crazy from wanting to be a scumbag. Hello, OP. Goodbye, Tower Master. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Wu Yan forced a smile. Chuju smiled brightly at Wu Yan. Yan, you're quite capable to be able to win the heart of such a girl. Hearing this, Wu Yan was even more speechless. I say, Chuju, you know that it's not like that. Of course I know it's not like that. Hinajiku slammed the table as if trying to show off her authority. Unfortunately, she slapped Astria's hand that was reaching for the fruit platter on the table. Astria yelped in pain and blew on Hinajiku's hand. She laughed awkwardly as Astria grabbed Hinajiku's hand and blew on it. Mikoto helplessly rubbed her forehead as she watched the drama unfold. She looked like she's having a headache, but when she saw Wu Yan sitting there trying to hold back his laughter, she got angry again. You're still laughing? I haven't settled the score with you yet. What do I owe you now? Wu Yen said in a wrong tone. He didn't know what kind of bad luck he had. He thought it was his lucky day when Sis Cannon and Jisama gave him benefits at the same time. Who knew he would end up being chased by the Dark Girls? They chased him for 9 whole streets and almost half of School District 7. It's no wonder he became an urban legend. If it wasn't for Ikaros descending from the sky and saving him at the end, the consequences would have been, when he thought about the group of Tokuwadai Oyosama that went berserk, he couldn't help but shiver a bit. Seeing him like this, Mikoto became even angrier. How dare you say you owe me something? Mikoto pointed at Wu Yen in anger. Her face turned red as she trembled. You treated me like that in front of so many Tokuwadai juniors, and you dare say you don't owe me anything? Wu Yen was stunned. Is this my fault? You were the one who grabbed my hand and pressed it against your own chest. Thinking along these lines, Wu Yen forgot that it was Mikoto who pressed down, but the one who rubbed down is him. Mikoto's face flushed red. Now, everyone in Tokuwadai already knows that I was This is www. If I don't want to face those juniors of yours. Now, they use the excuse of protecting Misaka-sama from being approached by scum as an excuse to move around me every day. They even follow me when I go out on the street. If I didn't find a chance to sneak away, I wouldn't be able to come here now. Luckily you didn't stupidly bring them here. Otherwise, you'll have to wait to collect my corpse. Furthermore, that guy, when he saw me being so intimate with you, he actually began to suspect whether or not I've been taken by you. In one night, he ambushed me several tens of times, saying that he wanted to check if I was a virgin. That perverted Yuri creature didn't use an aphrodisiac on you. That's good enough. The most serious thing is, those teachers, 1 or 2 of them came to scold me. They said I was too young and shouldn't go overboard. The most ridiculous thing is, they told me to take care of my body. What kind of teachers are they? It's fine if those unreliable teachers came to me. I didn't expect that even the dormitory supervisor came to me. She said it was my business to mess around, but I couldn't break the rules of the dormitory. She didn't allow me to bring anyone over for the night. She said a bunch of dormitory rules until my head started to swell. The dormitory supervisor is mighty. Are you listening to me or not? I heard it. Wu Yen quickly said. Sis Cannon was very agitated now. If he angered her, it wouldn't be a big deal for him, but the house he bought with great difficulty would be in trouble. After speaking so much in one go, Mikoto felt her mouth dry up. She took a sip of her drink and panted a few times before turning her head away angrily. Tell me, what should I do now? Wu Yen paused for a second. What do you mean, what should I do? Mikoto slumped on the table weakly and whimpered. My life has been messed up. I can't live in Tokuwadai anymore. If this continues, I'll burn to ashes. Mikoto abruptly lifted her head and yelled at Wu Yen. Come up with an idea for me. This is all your fault. All right, I got it. Wu Yen said helplessly. Why don't you just move in from now on? Mikoto's eyes lit up but quickly dimmed again. Tokuwadai's rules are very strict. They don't even allow us to spend the night outside, let alone move out. You don't have to worry about that. Wu Yen smiled. I have an idea. You'll be allowed to move in soon. Really? Mikoto looked at Wu Yen suspiciously. Wu Yen nodded in affirmation. Alistair wouldn't mind doing her a small favor. That's great. Chuju clapped her hands and pulled Mikoto. Let's go, Mikoto. We'll stay in the same room. Stunned, Wu Yen pointed at himself in a daze. What about me? Chuju blushed and said angrily. Go sleep by yourself. Dejected, Wu Yen lowered his head, but very quickly he looked at Ikaros with a hopeful expression. Who knew that Mikoto would say? Ikaros, let's have a good chat tonight. After that, she pulled Ikaros away. Wu Yen was stunned. He could only look at the last person left in the room. Astria's face turned red as she yelled at Wu Yen. Master? Idiot! She left as well, leaving Wu Yan alone with a dejected look on his face. Chapter 239. Night, tossing and turning, he tossed and turned on the bed. He tried all sorts of methods to hypnotize himself, but no matter what he did, he just couldn't fall asleep. He was used to having a pillow by his side and playing pa-pa-pa games every night. Now, he was suddenly alone in an empty room. Wu Yan didn't know how many times he had cried in his heart, clenching his teeth. Wu Yan thought about how there were 4 beautiful girls living under the same roof. 3 of them were his wives, and he was reduced to sleeping alone. Wu Yan wanted to slap himself until he fainted. How about, I just run over and push her down? It's a tempting idea. Wu Yan has done this many times before. But in the past he would only do 2p at most. Now there are 3 of them. Even if he wants to fly with 3 of them at the same time, the thought of flying with 3 of them made his heart itch. But when he remembered that Railgun is still mad at him, he gave up on this tempting idea. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Yan finally felt a little sleepy. His eyelids fluttered, and he finally closed them slowly and fell asleep, so much so that Wu Yan didn't even hear the mechanical voice that sounded like an ancient well. That night, Wu Yan didn't sleep well. Even in his dreams, he felt a little half awake. His whole body was itchy and he tossed and turned unconsciously. He was sleeping, but he didn't feel like sleeping at all. He felt uncomfortable all over. Towards the end, he felt extremely stuffy in his chest. An unprecedented pressure spread from his chest to his whole body, causing Wu Yan to frown the whole night. This feeling tortured Wu Yan for the whole night. Wu Yan was so depressed that even the sun was shining on his butt. Wu Yan was so tired that he didn't want to get up from the bed. It wasn't until a deafening shriek reverberated through the eaves that Wu Yan opened his eyes in shock. The scream just now was from Mikoto and the girls. Quickly climbing up from the bed, he jumped up and ran out of the room. Something big must have happened to make the 2 usually domineering girls scream like that. In a panic, Wu Yan kicked the door open. What happened? Mikoto! Chuju! When the scene in the living room entered Wu Yan's eyes, a huge sense of dissonance hit him. Wu Yan was stunned. Scratching his head in confusion, Wu Yan was confused. What's going on? In the hall, Mikoto was anxiously jumping up and down, as if she had encountered something unbelievable. Hinajiku, on the other hand, was expressionless as she watched Mikoto jumping up and down, as if nothing could attract her attention. Dikaros and Astria stared at their own bodies in a daze. Wu Yan is even more confused by their current state. But the confusion only lasted for a moment. Soon, Wu Yan's eyes turned into a daze. If Wu Yan didn't hear wrong, the words he shouted just now sounded sweet and delicate. That's a girl's voice. Before Wu Yan could react, the 4 girls in the living room heard the sound of the door being kicked open. They turned around at the same time. When they saw Wu Yan noticed that they were stunned. After a while, Ikaros suddenly raised her finger and pointed at Wu Yan. You woman! Why are you here? Wu Yan is stunned. He couldn't help but be stunned. First of all, Ikaros yelling at someone with an angry face is already something that doesn't make sense. Second of all, what did Wu Yan hear? You woman? Wu Yan could only try his best to hold his jaw that was about to fall off. He stuttered. Ikaros. When he spoke, Wu Yan was stunned again. The sweet and tender voice came from his throat and came out from his mouth. No matter how slow he is, Wu Yan noticed that his voice is a girl's voice. Wu Yan also noticed this. Not only did his voice change, even his body felt a little strange. Especially his chest, it felt heavy. Combined with what Ikaros said just now, a bad premonition rose from Wu Yan's heart. He reflexively looked at his chest. A pair of voluptuous breasts that covered his lower body entered his vision. As Wu Yan lowered his head, bright golden bangs and slightly messy blonde hair appeared in Wu Yan's vision. Taking a few light breaths, he looked at the 4 girls and his own body that is even more out of place. He raised his head and looked at the sky. In other words, Mikoto became Ikaros, Ikaros became Chuju, Chuju became Astria, and Astria became Mikoto. Is that it? A blonde man with huge breasts sat in the middle of the hall. Sitting in the middle of the hall, he glanced at the 4 girls surrounding him and sighed. When they heard Wu Yan's words, the 4 girls nodded in unison. Then, Ikaros. No, Mikoto, who was using Ikaros' body, gave Wu Yan an annoyed look. Then, you turned into that annoying woman. Wu Yan sighed again. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Yes, he turned into her, and it's the familiar her. Shokuho Misaki. Jusama. This body that Wu Yan liked a lot, now it's making him feel like he doesn't want to see it. Astria, the original Hinajuku, looked at her body and frowned. She crossed her arms in front of her chest out of habit. However, her arms were repelled by her ample bosom. She felt pressured as she was originally a flat-chested girl. Yen, according to what you said, we became like this because of that thing called angel fall? Wu Yen nodded. That's the only explanation that can explain why we became like this. Mikoto, no. Astria, who was using Mikoto's body, shouted at Wu Yen anxiously. Then what should we do? You, Astria doesn't want to use this body, master. Hurry up and think of something. Hey, what do you mean by this body? Mikoto slammed the table in dissatisfaction. Wu Yen felt like he was being cheated. After all, the person who slammed the table in anger was Ikaros. He can imagine how out of place Ikaros, who was supposed to be a fake samurai, suddenly slamming the table in dissatisfaction. Chuju laughed awkwardly before turning to Wu Yen. Yen, Astria is right, we can't go on like this. It's better to solve this quickly, I'm not used to other people's bodies. Is that so? Wu Yen looked at Hinajuku suspiciously before narrowing his eyes. But why do I feel like you like your current body? Everyone in the room turned to look at Chuju. Chuju's expression stiffened and she awkwardly averted her gaze. No, stare. Wu Yen, Mikoto, Astria, Ikaros. Chuju got angry when she saw their faces, saying, I don't believe you. She pointed at Mikoto. Mikoto, don't you like your current body too? Don't spout nonsense. Mikoto quickly refuted. I didn't. However, the more he spoke, the weaker his voice became. The more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. Wu Yen could only helplessly shake his head. It's understandable, Sis Kanon and Kaishisama's bodies are a pain in their hearts. Now that they have a chance to use such a voluptuous body, it would be strange if they weren't happy. In any case, let's think of a way to solve this fallen angel problem. Wu Yen decisively said. There should be people from the mage faction working on fallen angel right now. Even though we can wait for them to solve it, it's a bit unreliable. It's better if we do it ourselves. Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria nodded in unison. Chapter 240. Found it. In the living room, Wu Yen, Mikoto, Hinajuku, and Astria surrounded Ikaros as they watched her work on her computer. They didn't say anything until Ikaros said something. Only then did they step forward. Chuju? No, Ikaros, did you find it? Yes, master. Ikaros looked at Wu Yen with an expressionless face while wearing Chuju's appearance. Wu Yen wasn't used to this, it made him more determined to restore everyone's appearance. Hinajuku leaned in front of the computer screen and looked at the information on it. She asked curiously, Yen, why are you investigating this address? Is it related to Angel Fall? That address. Mikoto frowned as she looked at Wu Yen. When she saw Shokuho Misaki's face, her frown deepened. She turned her head away helplessly. Wu Yen nodded and said to the girls. To activate Angel Fall, a ritual must be set up beforehand. Once the ritual is complete, even if it's a normal person, Angel Fall will still be activated. You mean? Chuju thought for a moment and seemed to understand. That's right. Wu Yen pointed at the address on the computer screen. Once the ritual is complete, Angel Fall will be activated. On the other hand, if the ritual site is destroyed, Angel Fall will be disbanded. This address is the ritual site of Angel Fall? Mikoto looked at Wu Yen and asked. Yeah. Wu Yen smiled and said to Mikoto, once the building at this address is destroyed, Angel Fall will be disbanded. Really? That's great. Astria was the first to jump up and cheer when she heard Wu Yan's words. However, she was using Mikoto's body. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at Wu Yen with admiration. Master is amazing. You know so many things as expected of my master. Hearing this, Hinagiku and Mikoto were confused. Hinagiku touched her cheek and frowned. Now that Astria mentioned it, I do agree. Yen, you always know things that others don't. Where did you get them from? The last sentence was obviously directed at Wu Yen. Wu Yen could only helplessly shrug and smile at them. How could he possibly tell them that he had seen everything on the screen? Seeing Wu Yan's shameless face, Mikoto, who was already unhappy with his face, became even more unhappy. She coldly humphed and turned her head away. Chuju did the same, but the two girls didn't continue to ask, which made Wu Yen relieved. After thinking for a while, Wu Yen said to the four girls, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, Astria, the four of you, go and destroy that ritual. Chuju and Mikoto immediately asked, What about you? Wu Yen smiled faintly. A strange red light flashed in his golden eyes. I will go and meet that unlucky angel. If Wu Yan's memory serves him right, the archangel who fell to the mortal realm because of angel fall used a spell to destroy the world in order to return to the heavens. Even though in the original work, Tsuchimikado Motoharu destroyed the ritual in time and allowed the archangel to return to heaven, preventing the apocalypse, Wu Yen didn't dare to bet everything on the original plot. He, Hinagiku, Ikaros, and Astria, who originally didn't exist in this world, had already arrived in this world. This world was already different from the moment they arrived in this world. Wu Yen felt that he had to make a trip there to prevent himself from losing an entire instance world if things go wrong. Master! Ikaros immediately stood up and walked in front of Wu Yen. Her intention was clear. Ikaros didn't want Wu Yen to go alone against an angel. Ikaros, follow Chuju and Mikoto to destroy the ritual. Looking at Ikaros' expressionless yet pitiful face, Wu Yen felt weird, but he still raised his hand and patted Ikaros' head. But Ikaros' eyes are filled with worry. Protecting her master's safety is the most basic duty of an angel, but she can't remember how long it's been since the last time she was by her master's side in a battle. Seeing the faint sadness in Ikaros' eyes, Wu Yen felt his heart ache. This girl who puts him at the center of everything, no matter how much he protects her, he feels like he owes her a lot. After patting Ikaros' head, under the shocked gazes of Mikoto, Chuju, and Astria, Wu Yen kissed the corner of Ikaros' lips and smiled at the stunned Ikaros. Be a good girl. Ikaros stared blankly at the beautiful girl who kissed her and stood in front of her. She had a strange feeling in her heart. In the end, thousands of words turned into one sentence. Yes, master. Actually, Ikaros didn't know that the strange feeling in her heart was called scam. Chuju and Mikoto's mouths twitched as they looked at the two, who suddenly fell into a pink atmosphere. They felt like thousands of grass mud horses were running through their hearts, even though they know the two in front of them are a real couple, but at least in the eyes of the people here, the scene in front of them is very yuri, especially Hinagiku. When she saw her body being kissed by a very beautiful girl, her heart was in a mess, and she could only scream madly. Don't mess around with other people's bodies. Walking on the streets of Academy City, Wu Yen helplessly stopped in his tracks. Even though his body is Jisama's, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a sense of pain in his balls. As expected of an exercise idiot, after walking for less than 10 minutes, he has to stop and rest for 5 minutes. How did he manage to cultivate this body? Realizing that if he continues walking like this, the Armageddon might be activated before he arrives, Wu Yen decisively gave up. He casually turned off the electromagnetic barrier on his body and picked up his phone. He didn't even dial the number, he directly spoke into the phone. Alistair, I know you can hear me. After a moment of silence, a voice came from the other side of the phone. What do you need me to do? Very straightforward and concise, very much like Alistair's style. However, Wu Yen had a strange expression on his face. He forced himself to hold back the laughter that was about to come out of his mouth. His face turned red from holding back his laughter. This was because on the other side of the phone, Alistair's voice no longer sounded like a machine. Instead, it sounded very cute and tender, like a cute lowly's voice. Even though he didn't know what Alistair looked like, Wu Yen couldn't help but imagine a cute lowly with an expressionless face hanging upside down in a culture tank filled with liquid. At this time, Wu Yen finally realized that even a demon god like Alistair would be affected by angel fall. No matter how strong Alistair is, he's still just a human. Even Wu Yen, who has the system and is now a primogenitor, was affected. There's no way Alistair wouldn't be affected by the Archangel's power. He just doesn't know if that damn strong AI Waith was affected. If he was, then it would be fun. Holding back his laughter, Wu Yen coughed and said seriously, "Help me get ready, you know what I'm going to do." On the other side of the phone, Alistair was silent for a moment before saying, "The helicopter to the destination will arrive in 5 minutes. Hearing this, Wu Yen nodded. Listening to Alistair's cute lowly voice, his starry eyes curved into crescents. Perhaps Alistair knew what Wu Yen was thinking. His voice suddenly came. "I wish you success. 5th place." Wu Yan's smile froze on his face. Chapter 241. Sitting on the helicopter, Wu Yen looked at the little Shota in the pilot's seat and told himself that he shouldn't take it to heart. The one who cares about the details is Sharino. Even though Alistair's efficiency is very good and the strength of the driver is very solid, allowing Wu Yen to rush towards the beach where the Archangel's power of God will descend at the fastest speed possible. However, the series of actions with the 4 girls at home has already delayed a lot of time. At this moment, the sun is about to set. Wu Yen doesn't know when the Archangel's power of God will activate the world extinguishing technique. Therefore, Wu Yen can only tell himself that he has to hurry. From time to time, Wu Yen would raise his head to look at the sky to make sure that the world extinguishing technique has yet to appear. Only then did he slow down. However, the silent sky didn't last for long. Soon, a magic formation that covered the entire sky and emitted a terrifying aura of destruction extended from the other side of the sky at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a second, it covered the entire sky in Wu Yan's line of sight. Feeling the terrifying aura of destruction from the magic formation, Wu Yan's expression gradually sank. In the end, the world extinguishing technique has been activated. It's not here yet? Seeing that the world extinguishing technique has been activated, Wu Yen couldn't help but feel a little anxious. He frowned and shouted at the driver. Without waiting for the driver to speak, a small figure appeared in Wu Yan's line of sight, causing Wu Yan's eyes to narrow. Wu Yen can't see the specific shape of the figure. However, Wu Yen can clearly see the huge icicle wings on her back that look like spider legs. Archangel. Power of God. Under the huge icicle wings, the Archangel's body is like a tiny. With the support of the wings, she stopped in midair. Under the huge wings and magic formation, 3 familiar figures that he met for the first time appeared in Wu Yan's line of sight. 2 men and 1 woman. One of the men was old and the other was young. The old man looked somewhat similar to the young man. He had a beard on his chin and looked quite mature. The young man had a hedgehog head. His face was full of misfortune and poverty. People who saw him couldn't help but feel pity for him. They also wanted to step on his face a couple of times. Kamiju Katsuya. Kamiju Toma. Seeing these 2 people, Wu Yen automatically ignored Kamiju Katsuya and directly looked at Kamiju Toma, the main character of the original work. The first time he saw Kamiju Toma, Wu Yen had the urge to kill him. This urge is the same as when he went on dates with Jusama or Mikoto and the other girls. It's the same kind of urge that those who are jealous of him would have when he went on a date with Jusama or Mikoto. It's an impulse that all men will have when they face a winner in life. Although the Crystal Palace of seducing girls had almost been emptied by him, seducing girls was still a winner in life. Just indicia alone is enough to make countless lolicons burn him to death. As for the remaining woman, Wu Yen, who was still on the helicopter and could only roughly see her appearance, his eyes lit up. She was wearing a t-shirt that was tied up at the waist and a pair of jeans. The jeans were cut off from the bottom of her left thigh, giving her a very sexy look. Her long black hair was tied up into a ponytail and hung down to her waist. She had a tall and slender figure and fair skin. In her hand was a knife that was very similar to Fei-Fei's night elf. A beauty. A 100% beauty. Even though Wu Yan, who was surrounded by all kinds of outstanding beauties every day and has already trained his taste, to a certain extent, he couldn't help but secretly admire her beauty, soul-rending fireweave. He was a magician from the Church of Necessary Evil, a British Puritan religion, and one of the top 5 magicians in London. One of the only 20 saints in the world, the former Pope of the Forsaken Cross, able to use part of the power of the God's child. A super strong fighter with heart, technique, and physique. These information that he saw on the screen automatically rolled through Wu Yan's mind. Wu Yan's gaze towards Kanzaki Kaori became more serious. In Wu Yan's eyes, Kanzaki Kaori is indeed worthy of such powerful information. Kanzaki Kaori, level 72, impressive. Kanzaki Kaori is a tier 8 fighter. At this time, Kanzaki Kaori, Kamiju Toma, and Kamiju Katsuya didn't notice a helicopter flying towards them. They were looking at the Archangel's power of God with a serious expression. Kanzaki Kaori looked at the Archangel's power of God and then at the huge magic formation in the sky and gritted her teeth. Lowering her head, Kanzaki Kaori said in a deep voice, "A rain of rockets that once destroyed a fallen civilization." Looking at the Archangel's power of God, Kanzaki Kaori said in a loud voice, "Just to return to heaven, such a goal, the power of God, you intend to destroy this entire world?" Hearing this, Kamiju Toma's body trembled. His unlucky face with a dark aura gradually became serious, and his hand that was holding the girl's hand clenched tightly. "Destroy the world? Don't joke around. Kamiju Toma." Kanzaki Kaori's eyes focused on Kamiju Toma. "Do you intend to interfere? The opponent is an angel. Even if you have fantasy killer, the next level of battle isn't something an ordinary human like you can interfere." Kamiju Toma clenched his teeth and said unwillingly, "Do you want me to watch this world be destroyed?" Kanzaki Kaori was silent, but Kamiju Katsuya suddenly screamed on the side. A girl fell from the sky. Kamiju Toma's righteous face suddenly collapsed. He looked at his father and shouted crazily, "I'm talking to you." This is a very dangerous time. Are you still thinking about something as unrealistic as a beauty falling from the sky? On the other hand, Shinja Hyuri was stunned when she looked up. No, there really is a girl falling from the sky. At this time, Kamiju Toma finally saw a golden-haired super beauty falling from the sky. He was instantly dumbfounded. He didn't know if it was because there really was a girl falling from the sky or because the other party was very beautiful. After regaining his senses, Kamiju Toma realized that the girl was in free fall. He hurriedly yelled, "Danger!" at the girl falling from the sky. Then he reached out his fantasy killer, or in other words, his hand to grab the girl in the sky. Using the word grab is not wrong because Kamiju Toma's hand, who knows if it's intentional or not, was aimed at the girl's chest. Of course, the hand didn't know that the girl in the sky, although the body is a girl, inside, there's a real man's heart. This so-called girl falling from the sky is Wu Yan, who came to the scene, directly jumped down from the helicopter after sending the driver away. Looking at the hand that's reaching out towards him, Wu Yan's expression turned awkward. No wonder they're called the hand that's trying to pick up girls. They even dare to reach out to someone they just met for the first time, and with such precision too. At this moment, Wu Yan didn't plan to do free fall anymore. He turned his body, and under the shocked eyes of the girl and 2 boys, suddenly became light, and then, directly floated in the air. Kamiju Toma stared blankly at the beautiful girl floating in the air, muttering, "The girl flew." Kamiju Toma heard Kamiju Toma's words and nodded dumbly. Looking at the old and young pair, Kanzaki Kaori was angry. "What time is it now? You guys are still playing." She shouted at the 2 unreliable guys, making them tremble in fear. Kanzaki Kaori also looked at Wu Yan floating in the air and shouted, "Over there, unrelated personnel, please leave this place quickly. This place will become very dangerous." Hearing this, Wu Yan smiled faintly, but didn't immediately answer Kanzaki Kaori. Instead, he looked at Archangel God's strength. A light flashed in his eyes, his face serious to the extreme. God's strength, level 75. Chapter 242. Archangel of God, Level 75. Wu Yan's face darkened at the sight of this level. His golden eyes became serious. Archangel of God's level is almost one level higher than his. With his current level, if he were to go against the Archangel's divine power, he would be courting death. Of course, Wu Yan might be able to rely on true ancestors' undying ability to hold off Archangel of God for a while if he doesn't have Jusama's body. But now, it would be a disaster if Jusama's body were to be destroyed. Wu Yan sighed as he looked at Kanzaki Kaori and Kamiju Toma on the ground. His serious expression loosened up a little bit. With their combined strength, they should be able to hold their own against an Archangel of God. Kanzaki Kaori, Level 72. Kamiju Toma, Level 10. Seeing Kamiju Toma's level, Wu Yan almost fell from the sky. Helplessness in his heart, this girl's hands are really useless, but Wu Yan also knows that Kamiju Toma's level may be low, but that doesn't mean he's weak. His level may be pitifully low, but with that cheating fantasy killer, levels and whatnot aren't that important. As for Kanzaki Kaori, Wu Yan can sense that she's far from being level 72. But once she uses her sage ability and activates her holy mark, she'll be able to hold her own against an Archangel of God even if she doesn't have a helper. Wu Yan was thinking to himself in the sky. Kanzaki Kaori thought he was scared stiff by the angel's appearance, so she quickly yelled again. "Hurry up and leave this place. It's dangerous here." Hearing Kanzaki Kaori's shout, Wu Yan had no choice but to stop his train of thought. He looked up at the Armageddon in the sky and his starry eyes narrowed. Shokuha Misaki's sweet voice rippled through the turbulent space. Her lips parted slightly. "Indeed, it's dangerous here." Unconsciously raising a hand to cover his mouth, Wu Yan chuckled. He didn't realize that his manly heart had begun to crack and he was acting like a girl. That Armageddon technique is too dangerous. It's better not to leave it behind. Hearing this, Hikari Kaori was taken aback. She seemed a little surprised that the other party would know about Armageddon. But Wu Yan's words made her feel that the other party's background was not simple. Wu Yan glanced at the Archangel's divine power and spoke indifferently, as if the person in front of him wasn't one level higher than him, but one level lower. "Archangel, the power of God, you're willing to destroy this world in order to return to the heavens? In that case, you have to get the consent of us tenants first." After speaking, Wu Yan ignored Kanzaki Kaori and the others who were stunned by his words. He looked up at the sky and stared at the Armageddon technique formation. He raised his hand. A ray of light flashed by. Kanzaki Kaori, Kamiju Danma, Kamiju Katsuya, and the Archangel's divine power only saw a blur before they saw a bow in Wu Yan's hand. It's a transparent longbow that looks like a pair of wings. It's as black as ink and it's shining like stars. Meteor Knight. This is the Meteor Knight that even Iwa Si wouldn't be able to take on without getting hurt. Once again, it's in Wu Yan's hand. Light suddenly appeared in the originally dark sky. They were like fireflies, floating slowly in this space. Then, with a burst of speed, they turned into starlight with a faint silver glow, and madly gathered towards the Meteor Knight. The familiar stars rushed towards the Meteor Knight in his hand. Wu Yan's lips curled into an excited smile. This time, he can finally use the Meteor Knight. With excitement, Wu Yan knocked the bowstring of the Meteor Knight and slowly pulled. Starlight as resplendent as the Milky Way gathered on the body of the elegant transparent longbow, forming a shining silver arrow. With the appearance of the arrow, the Archangel's calm expression finally changed. Kanzaki Kaori on the ground was also shocked to see a terrifying aura gushing out from the elegant longbow. It even overshadowed the aura of the Armageddon spell formation in the sky. What kind of bow is that? Kanzaki Kaori looked at the Meteor Knight in Wu Yan's hand and gulped. If it's even more terrifying than the Armageddon spell formation, that's not necessarily the case. If the Armageddon spell formation is activated, then the Meteor Knight will definitely be no match for it. It's only now that the Armageddon spell formation still needs a lot of time to prepare. The Meteor Knight is only slightly stronger than the Armageddon spell formation. The stars are circling around Wu Yan and the Meteor Knight like meteors in the night sky. At this moment, Wu Yen with Shokuha Misaki's body is like a goddess under the moonlight, very moving. Even Kanzaki Kaori, who was shocked by the might of the meteor knight, couldn't help but be a little dazed, let alone Kanzaki Kaori, who was shocked by the might of the meteor knight. The archangel seems to be stunned by the meteor knight. She stared blankly at Wu Yen, who is aiming at the Armageddon spell formation in the sky. For a moment, she forgot to react. Looking up at the giant spell formation, Wu Yen pulled the string of meteor knight to its fullest. The surrounding stars are constantly replenishing the arrow, increasing its power to the maximum. Until the moment the power reached its peak, a meteor streaked out from the meteor knight, cutting through the sky, space, and night. Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, Kanzaki Kaori, and the archangel all had different expressions on their faces. The meteor crashed into the Armageddon spell formation. There was no strange sound, no strange phenomenon, no terrifying aura, and no brilliance that filled the sky. The meteor collided with the magic array. In the instant it collided with the magic array, the meteor disappeared without a trace. Only the Armageddon spell formation is still shining brightly in the sky. It's as if everything that just happened was just an illusion. After a long time, under Kanzaki Kaori's stunned gaze, the Armageddon spell formation in the sky suddenly cracked. Along with this crisp cracking sound, the Armageddon spell formation in the sky started to emit continuous cracking sounds, and then countless cracks appeared on the Armageddon spell formation as if it was glass that had been shattered. In the end, with a loud clang, the magic array that covered the sky turned into fragments and disappeared. Wu Yen put down meteor shower as if he just did something not worth mentioning. Wu Yen bathed in the light of the Armageddon magic formation. Kanzaki Kaori's heart was deeply shaken. Wu Yan's heart was deeply shaken. That bow, that meteor, everyone was immersed in that beautiful scene for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. What kind of person was she? Kanzaki Kaori stared at Wu Yen, who was floating in the sky. Her shock turned into seriousness and curiosity. Of course, she's looking at the meteor shower in Wu Yan's hand. As a saint of the magic faction, Kanzaki Kaori has never heard of any spiritual equipment that can shatter a Armageddon spell formation. Even the spiritual equipment left behind by God Jehovah is the same. With such a terrifying weapon, Kanzaki Kaori could foresee that the Church of Necessary Evil's cute bishop would have sleepless nights if the other party was a hostile faction. As for her curiosity, of course, she's curious about Wu Yen himself. She? Just who is she? A magician? An ability user? A free agent? Or a subordinate faction? All of these mysteries made Kanzaki Kaori unable to react. Of course, the Archangel God's power is an exception. Chapter 243. The destruction of the Armageddon didn't seem to have caught the attention of Archangel Godly. The only exception was when Wu Yen took out meteor shower. Archangel Godly's expression changed a little when Wu Yen took out meteor shower. On the other hand, Kanzaki Kaori, Kamiju Toma, and Kamiju Katsuya looked at the meteor shower in Wu Yan's hand with a blank, serious, and fearful expression. Of course, the other person who just arrived had the same expression. Is that mind control? Tsukimike's Motoharu froze for a moment and exclaimed in surprise. Living in Academy City and with such a sensitive identity, it's impossible for Tsukimike's Motoharu not to recognize the LV5 Shokuho Misaki. Kanzaki Kaori and the others immediately turned to look. Kanzaki Kaori frowned and asked Tsukimike's Motoharu, "Do you know her?" Tsukimike's Motoharu took a deep look at Wu Yen floating in the air and nodded. Her name is Shokuho Misaki, the fifth of the 7 LV5 in Academy City. Her ability is mind control. Just like her title, she's an expert at manipulating other people's minds. Tsukimike's Motoharu smiled and started to tease her. But this one shouldn't be the fifth meow. After all, I've never heard of the fifth meow being able to fly. Kanzaki Kaori froze for a moment before realizing something. You're saying that she was also affected by angel fall? Tsukimike's Motoharu nodded. Kamiju Toma scratched his head in annoyance. Then who is that up there? No one answered this question because this was also the biggest doubt in their hearts. Kanzaki Kaori even murmured a sentence with rapt attention. I hope it's not an enemy. Tsukimike's Motoharu seems to have heard Kanzaki Kaori's words. He glanced at the girl in the sky again and told himself that he must figure out her identity. Otherwise, with such a terrifying power hidden in the dark, as long as she casually interferes with the current state of the world, it will cause a lot of trouble. Just now, Tsuchimikado Motoharu also saw that arrow that seemed to be able to shatter the sky, and at this moment, there was a new movement in the sky. Archangel God Power didn't say anything about her doomsday technique being destroyed, but angels don't have any other surnames, but Archangel God Power's current body is a lowly, so she's using her, is clearly focused on Wu Yen. A strange light flashed in her eyes, but it was as colorless as stagnant water. The Archangel stared at Wu Yen expressionlessly and suddenly raised the strangely shaped weapon in her hand. For the emotionless Archangel divinity, there is no need for formalities. Anyone who tries to stop her from returning to her Lord is a heretic that should be eradicated. Who knows how the Archangel divinity moved? The ice wings on her back suddenly shook and ripples appeared in the air. Countless icicles shot out from her wings. The target is Wu Yen. Wu Yan's expression changed. His fingers moved slightly and his body suddenly floated away like a green leaf in the wind. If you look closely, you will notice a layer of fine iron particles that can only be seen when standing directly in front of Wu Yen rolled into a liquid and gently floated around Wu Yan's hands and feet. Wu Yen only slightly modified some of the original calculation formulas to control the fine iron particles to support his body and achieve flight. This was the inspiration he got from the battle with Accelerator, where he controlled the iron particles into a ball to empty himself. Wu Yen didn't need much computing power to achieve this goal. With a light push of the formula in his mind, the fine iron particles around his hands and feet became like his own hands and feet, carrying him around in the air. It's as if he's really flying. Let's do it. Kanzaki Kaori placed one hand on her seven heavens seven blades and said to Kamiju Toma, Kamiju Soya and Tsuchimikado Motoharu, you guys, go destroy the ritual site of Angel Fall. Kamiju Toma was taken aback and quickly shouted to Kanzaki Kaori. What about you? Kanzaki Kaori looked up at the sky and saw Wu Yen dodging in a sorry state. I'll stay here and hold back the Archangel divinity. You want to fight against an angel? Kamiju Toma was shocked. Even if he did not know anything about magic, he at least knew that those angels are not something humans can fight against. Kamiju Toma did not know that in some aspects, a sage with the stigmata can fight against an angel. But Kanzaki Kaori did not plan to use the stigmata. She looked at Wu Yen, who was dodging the Archangel divinity's attack, and smiled lightly. Don't worry, with my ability and that mysterious strong person, we should be able to hold back the Archangel divinity. But when Kamiju Toma was still a little hesitant, Tsuchimikado Motoharu suddenly pulled his hand and smiled at him. Don't worry, Meow. Big sister is very strong, Meow. We also have things to do, Meow. Hearing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's words, Kamiju Toma gritted his teeth and nodded. He followed Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Kitsuya to his home. That was the site of the Angel Falls ceremony. Kanzaki Kaori looked at their backs as they left. I'll leave it to you guys. Unfortunately, Kanzaki Kaori did not know that there was another group of people who were preparing to demolish Kamiju Toma's house. The endless ice pillars were like raindrops on a rainy day. The ice pillars mercilessly pierced Wu Yan's body. As long as one is pierced, that delicate body of Jusama will come to an end. Wu Yen could only rely on his newly developed flying ability to escape in the sky. After a while, he was already panting heavily. He wanted to fight back, but the powerful bullet screen made it so that if he moved, one or two icicles would appear in front of him. He didn't even have the time to raise his meteor shower. The only thing Wu Yen can use to fight against the Archangel is Meteor Shower. The other skills like Kendo Mastery and Electromaster LV5 are all useless against someone of a higher tier than him. Challenging someone of a higher tier than him would be suicidal. Now, just dodging the attacks of Archangel God's might is already a bit too much for Wu Yen. This Archangel God's might is really strong. A simple ice pillar attack is already so strong. If she uses those angel techniques, on the other side, Archangel God's might seems to want to end this quickly. Her eyes suddenly lit up and countless water tornadoes appeared on the surface of the sea. With a whoosh, they shot towards Wu Yan like water dragons. The distance between the two was only a short dozen meters. With the strength of both sides, such a distance could be covered in almost an instant. In a few breaths, the water tornadoes had already rushed in front of Wu Yan. Facing such a powerful attack, Wu Yan did not dare to take it head-on. His body flashed with electricity, and the iron sand around him swept away Wu Yan. When Wu Yan retreated, a thick layer of ice formed on the surface of the water tornadoes. All the water tornadoes turned into huge ice pillars in an instant. They directly passed through Wu Yan's previous position and fiercely collided with Wu Yan's body. Wu Yan's expression changed again and again. The speed of the water tornadoes was already quite fast. After turning into huge ice pillars, their speed did not decrease but instead increased. With a strong whistling sound, they rushed towards Wu Yan, who could not react in time. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and secretly apologized to Shokuhun Misaki in his heart. Then, he raised meteor shower in his hand, as if he was planning to exchange injury for injury. At this moment, a sword light suddenly slashed across the ground and arrived in front of Wu Yan, shattering all the huge ice pillars that came towards him. Chapter 244. The ice pillar and the sword light cancelled each other out, saving Wu Yan, who was about to take the hit. Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt a little more confident. She's finally going to make a move. Shinja Kaori pointed the seven heavens' seven blades at the Archangel's divine power. Her face was serious, but her mouth was sneering. As a member of the Cross Sect, I never thought I would one day make a move against an angel of the Cross Sect. Soulcrack Kaori's face turned serious as she stared at Archangel God's might. Of the Church of Necessary Evil, Soulcrack Kaori, magic name, Salvra 000, lending a helping hand to those who can't be saved, Soulcrack Kaori swung Soulcrack Kaori's might with a wave of her sword. The air around the blade was rolled into a shockwave and swept towards Archangel God's might. By mentioning the name of the spell, it meant that Soulcrack Fireweave had decided to take down the Archangel power of God as an existence that must be defeated. It also meant that she was going to go all out. However, Soulcrack Kaori still didn't plan on using the stigmata. That's to be expected. Even though she could contend against Archangel God's might after using the stigmata, as a human, using the stigmata from a son of God's might would cause her body to crumble easily. Of course, even without the stigmata, Soulcrack Kaori was still very strong. With her as the main attacker and Wu Yan assisting from the side, it's not impossible to go against Archangel God's might. Wu Yan immediately floated away and aimed meteor shower at Archangel God's might. Soulcrack Kaori seemed to understand and leaped forward. Soulcrack Kaori swung Soulcrack Kaori's might with Soulcrack Kaori's might. Instantly, a sharp sound rang in the air. Several sharp blades that could cut a normal person into pieces followed behind the shockwave and attacked Archangel God's might. 7 flashes, the shockwave tore through the air, its power enough to injure a peak class 7 powerhouse. However, the Archangel didn't even bat an eyelid. The ice wings on her back unfurled, and a huge ice spike shot out, blocking the Archangel's path. The air wave and 7 flashes hit the ice spike and cut it into pieces. However, they were also blocked by the ice spike at the same time. The Archangel of God didn't even look at Soulcrack Kaori, who was attacking her. Instead, she looked directly at Wu Yan and waved her ice wings. The ice wings turned into sharp ice spears and pierced towards Wu Yan, who was about to draw his bow. This also meant that the Archangel was afraid of Wu Yan's meteor shower. Faced with the incoming ice spear, Wu Yan could only helplessly give up on attacking and float away. As for the other ice spear, it followed after the first ice spear was dodged and suddenly attacked. Not only that, countless ice spears were also coming towards Wu Yan from behind. Seeing the ice spear in front of him, Wu Yan smashed his bow against the ice spear and pushed upwards. His body instantly accelerated and moved away from the attack. The Archangel of God looked at Wu Yan expressionlessly. The ice spear was like a moving spider's leg, turning in the air and continuing to stab towards Wu Yan. It seemed to want to destroy him first. 7 flashes, seeing the Archangel's divine power ignore her, Soul Crack Kori seemed to be a little angry. She sheathed her 7 heavens 7 swords, and with a flip of the scabbard, she shattered all the ice spears with a sharp screech. After losing the ice spears formed from the ice wings, the Archangel of God immediately touched the surface of the sea, and a waterspout attacked again. But this time, the target was not Wu Yan or Soul Crack Kaori, but the Archangel of God herself. The waterspout directly hit the Archangel of God's back and gradually turned into ice. The ice spread out, and a pair of ice wings suddenly appeared behind the Archangel of God's back. While the Archangel of God was condensing the ice wings, Wu Yan's eyes turned sharp. Taking a beating was not in his character. He was not a masochist. Since he did not have time to use Meteor Shower, he had to use other moves. In his mind, all the computing power suddenly surged wildly. A burst of crazy, beep 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 sound appeared on Wu Yan's surface, accompanied by a crazy flow of blue and white electricity. At the same time, countless black clouds suddenly appeared in the originally boundless night sky, covering the night sky. A storm-like silence filled the entire scene, making it seem like the crater of a volcano before an eruption. It was extremely solemn. A burst of lightning flashed and thunder rumbled within the layers of dark clouds. The blue-white lightning seemed to have a life of its own. It was like a giant dragon, rolling within the clouds. Soul Crack Kori's face shook. This isn't magic, this is a superpower. Soul Crack Kori abruptly turned her head to look at Wu Yan in the sky, bathed in lightning and thunder. Her eyes turned cold. It's her. She's from Academy City. After figuring out that Wu Yan was from the science faction, Soul Crack Kori did not relax. Instead, her heart sank. The relationship between science and magic is not that good. With Wu Yan's current strength, Soul Crack Kori had no choice but to take him seriously. Without using the sacred mark, Soul Crack Kori felt that it would be very difficult for her to defeat him. On top of that, he had a terrifying bow. This thought flashed through Soul Crack Kori's mind before she buried it deep in her heart. Now is not the time to think about these things. Dealing with Archangel God's might is the most important thing right now. Suddenly, Wu Yan closed his eyes, then abruptly opened them. A violent aura suddenly came from the clouds, causing Soul Crack Kori to stop her 7 heavens 7 blades. Like a giant dragon rolling in the clouds, the lightning gathered above Archangel God's might. In the blink of an eye, all the lightning condensed into a white lightning ball. A real lightning strike, Wu Yan yelled, and he pointed at the white ball of lightning above the Archangel. With a wave of his hand, a gigantic bolt of lightning came crashing down from the sky. In less than 1,000th of a second, the bolt of lightning struck the Archangel. Kaboom! The lightning struck Archangel God's might. It wasn't until Archangel God's might was wrapped in lightning that the loud sound of thunder could be heard. What a powerful strike! Soul Crack Kori clenched her 7 heavens 7 blades in her hand and muttered something only she could hear. It's much stronger than 7 flashes. It's comparable to solitary flash in terms of speed and power. If only the time it took to condense the attack was a little shorter. Did it work? Wu Yan panted slightly as he looked at Archangel God's might wrapped in lightning. His eyes showed a trace of exhaustion. True Lightning Strike is the strongest move in Electrocaster LVL5. It's even stronger than Railgun. Even with Wu Yan's strength, using this move still gave him a headache. At a certain point, Wu Yan looked at the location where the lightning flashed. His expression changed and he felt helpless. Sure enough, it's not that easy. Archangel God's might was still there, expressionless. Her body was unharmed except for the tattered ice wings on her back. This told Wu Yan that Archangel God's might was fine because of this. Archangel God's might tilted her head like a puppet. Wu Yan bitterly smiled. This is probably what they call an angel, a puppet of God. The Archangel's eyes flickered a little. She leaned to the side, and the ice wings on her back flapped in the air. A circle of light swayed out from the ice wings. Archangel God's might pointed at it and a familiar giant magic circle appeared once again, covering the entire sky. Armageddon! Wu Yen and Soulcrack Kori were shocked. Archangel God's might was not going to waste any more time. The magic circle in the sky glowed with an icy blue light. The familiar aura was once again emitted from it. But halfway through, an explosion came from afar. Following that, Armageddon and Archangel God's might gradually disappeared under Wu Yen and Soulcrack Kori's stunned expression. Chapter 245. In the eyes of the two, the Armageddon magic formation in the sky is slowly fading away. The dark night sky is also slowly disappearing along with the Armageddon magic formation, revealing the color of dusk, Archangel God's might. Along with the disappearance of the Armageddon magic formation and the night sky, the ice wings on her back crumbled and turned into ice shards on the ground. Archangel God's might herself, as if she's in a painting, is slowly being erased, until she completely disappears. Wu Yen and Kanzaki Kaori, one in the air and the other on the ground, both of them let out a sigh of relief when they saw dusk and the Archangel's godly power vanish from sight. At this moment, Wu Yen and Shinja Kaori's body suddenly flashed with a layer of color. As the color flashed, Wu Yan's body that belonged to Shokuha Misaki also began to disappear, returning to his original state. On the ground, Shinja Kaori also looked at her body in surprise, seemingly happy that her body has returned to its original state. Wu Yen couldn't help but scratch his face in confusion. Divine Rend Fireweave seemed to have been affected by Angel Fall as well. That's why she turned into that Shota uncle stare. So it's only natural that Shinja Kaori would be happy when Angel Fall is removed. However, in Wu Yan's eyes, Shinja Kaori has always been like this, not changing at all. That's why he wasn't as happy as Shinja Kaori was, as of course, to Wu Yen, Shinja Kaori didn't change much. But to Shinja Kaori, Wu Yen has changed a lot. A peerless beauty suddenly turned into a stinky man. Isn't this a big change? Shinja Kaori looked at Wu Yen who was floating in the air, carefully sizing him up. It's like she's trying to imprint Wu Yan's appearance into her mind. Shinja Kaori pondered for a moment before taking a few steps forward to speak to Wu Yen. "Thank you for your help." Wu Yen nodded. He turned around and without another word, he flew off in a different direction. "Wait." Shinja Kaori reached out a hand to stop Wu Yen, but Wu Yan's figure has already turned into a black and disappeared into the horizon. Shinja Kaori stared blankly at the direction Wu Yen disappeared, thousands of questions in her mind. But Wu Yan's gone, she can only bury these questions deep in her heart. Big sis? Shinja Kaori. Two voices interrupted the beautiful scene of Shinja Kaori looking up at the sky. She engraved Wu Yan's appearance in her mind before turning around. Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at the dusk sky, his eyes flashing under his sunglasses. He asked Shinja Kaori, "Did the divine power return?" Shinja Kaori nodded and looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Toma in confusion. "How did you guys get back so quickly? If I recall correctly, the Angel Fall ceremony isn't that far away, right?" Hearing this, Tsukimike's Motoharu and Kamiju Dangma looked at each other, and then Kamiju Dangma said, "We haven't even reached the ritual site, and the magic formation in the sky has already disappeared." "What?" Shinja Kaori was shocked. Tsuchimikado Motoharu shrugged and smiled. "It's true, meow." Then, who destroyed the ritual site and stopped the Angel Fall? Shinja Kaori frowned and looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu and Kamiju Toma. "We want to know too, meow." Tsukimike's Motoharu pushed up his sunglasses and said in a strange tone, "Knowing about Angel Fall and knowing the location of the ritual before us, I'm curious who has the ability to do this, meow." "Well, it doesn't matter, as long as you guys are fine, that's the best." Kamiju Toma called out in satisfaction. Kamiju Toma nodded with a smile on his face, agreeing with him. These two poor people still don't know that their home has turned into dust, leaving only a piece of land. Speaking of which, meow, big sis? Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at Shinja Kaori and asked her, "Where's that mysterious person?" Shinja Kaori sighed and said helplessly, He left. Is that so, meow? Tsuchimikado Motoharu touched his chin and asked. Did you see that mysterious person's appearance? Shinja Kaori nodded slightly and described Wu Yan's appearance to Tsuchimikado Motoharu. Tsuchimikado Motoharu pondered, trying to find memories of Wu Yan in his mind. Suddenly, a figure flashed in Tsuchimikado Motoharu's mind, making him slightly surprised. Big sis, are you sure that mysterious person has black hair and red eyes? Looking at Tsuchimikado Motoharu, who suddenly became excited, Shinja Kaori was surprised. You know him? Tsuchimikado Motoharu bitterly smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Should be considered as knowing him. I've only seen him once. If he's really the person I'm thinking of. Tsukimike's Motoharu returned to his usual carefree self. With his hands on his hips, he smiled and said, well, if it really is him, then it's not surprising that he can do this, meow. Hearing this, Shinja Kaori looked at Tsuchimikado Motoharu with interest. Everything about Wu Yan is so mysterious and so powerful, Shinja Kaori couldn't suppress her curiosity. Who is he? I saw him use a scientific ability. Is he really someone from Academy City? Tsuchimikado Motoharu scratched his face and helplessly said. Actually, I'm not sure about his background, meow. I only know that his name is Wu Yan. According to the records in Academy City's library, he's a LV0 powerless, meow. LV0? Shinja Kaori shook her head without hesitation. Impossible. He's very strong, even compared to steel, he's much stronger. Also, I saw him use a very powerful lightning attack with my own eyes. There's no way he's LV0. Lightning attack. Tsuchimikado Motoharu nodded this time. Then this mysterious person should be that Wu Yan, meow. But didn't you say he's LV0? Kamiju Toma couldn't help but ask. Could it be that he's LV0 like himself but has an inexplicable ability? I already said, meow. That's the record in Academy City's database, meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu looked at Shinja Kaori and said in a deep voice. Big sis, remember what I'm about to say and report it to the highest bishop. Seeing Tsuchimikado Motoharu's serious expression, Shinja Kaori's face turned serious and firmly nodded. Seeing this, Tsuchimikado Motoharu said, that person, although I don't have any specific information, but if I'm not mistaken, he has the ability to rival the chairman of Academy City, Alistair, or even the entire Academy City. Even though she was prepared, Shinja Kaori's body still trembled. Is this possible? If he can rival Academy City, doesn't that mean he can rival the Church of Necessary Evil? That's why I'm not sure. That person's identity is very mysterious. No, too mysterious. Tsuchimikado Motoharu raised his face as if he was recalling something. He was able to hide from that person and hide his identity in Academy City. Just this alone is already not simple. I haven't been in contact with him for a long time, but he has a trump card that isn't weaker than that person. This is something that I can be sure of. I can see that even that person can only be compared to him and can't suppress him. Is that so? Kenzaki Kaori lowered her head and said in a troubled tone. So, Academy City and that mysterious guy called Wu Yan have already formed an alliance? Don't worry about that, meow. Tsuchimikado Motoharu waved his hand without care. At least for now, these two existences have no intention of joining forces, meow. Well, big sis, tell the highest bishop, she'll make the decision, meow. Shinja Huaji nodded and looked at the sky again, as if she was recalling the figure that had disappeared. How you won? Chapter 246. The conversation between Kenzaki Kaori and Tsuchimikado Motoharu didn't reach Wu Yan's ears as he flew towards Academy City. He also didn't know that the magic faction had already listed him as a major faction on par with them. If he knew, Wu Yan would be flabbergasted. To be able to pretend to be mysterious with such a background, no wonder he's a transmigrator. He even needs to pretend a bit. Even though Wu Yan didn't come from a major faction, he wasn't that bad compared to them. Even though there were only 5 of them, Chuju was a Tier 7, equivalent to a LV5 in Academy City. Wu Yan was also a Tier 7, and after the battle with the power of God, Wu Yan leveled up to level 67. Even though the power of God disappeared due to the destruction of the angel fall ritual site, Wu Yan gained experience from the battle with the power of God. The battle with the power of God was recognized by the system as Wu Yan leveled up. Even Kaisha-sama gained experience and leveled up to level 64. Wu Yan might be a tier 7, but with the true ancestor's bloodline and meteor shower, he could even hold his own against a tier 8. If his opponent was careless and got hit by his arrow, he might even be able to turn the tables. As for the remaining 3, Mikoto also gained experience from the power of God and leveled up to level 71. Astria was at level 76, and Ikaros was at level 78. The battle with the power of God gave Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and Astria a level up. This wasn't surprising. Astria had accumulated a lot of experience. Accelerator was a tier 8, the power of God, and the scattered experience from before. It wasn't surprising that she leveled up. Not to mention Ikaros. Ever since she was summoned, she had been accumulating EXP. She had accumulated a lot of EXP during the treasure hunt, and with the help of 3 tier 8 powerhouses, as well as the EXP of several powerhouses in Academy City, she only managed to level up by 1 level after much difficulty. Level didn't necessarily represent strength. Wu Yan was only level 67, but he still managed to fight 2 rounds with the power of God with Meteor Shower. Ikaros and Astria had powerful armaments. They were definitely at the peak of tier 8. Even without that, 2 7th tier and 3 8th tier were enough to attract the attention of the big shots of the Magic faction. One had to know that in Academy City, only Accelerator and Alistair were able to attract the attention of the big shots of the Magic faction. This didn't even include Iwas, who never appeared in front of Wu Yan. His actual strength was still unknown. Of course, Academy City itself was a factor as well. Since he didn't know what happened, he naturally wouldn't express his thoughts. However, it's impossible for him not to know that they all leveled up. This is enough to make him feel a lot better. Along the way, Wu Yan flew into Academy City and came back much faster than when he went out. This made Wu Yan sigh at Jisama's frail body. If he was in his own body when he went in, he would have been able to fly all the way to the end. With the EMP barrier in place, he's not afraid of being caught by the surveillance cameras in Academy City, breaking the traffic rules and flying towards home. However, when he caught sight of a figure below him, he stopped. She had a shoulder-length brown bob hairstyle, a petite figure and face, and 2 slender beautiful legs that seemed to be exposed intentionally or unintentionally, swaying back and forth. She was a girl who had the habit of adding the word super in her speech to emphasize the tone of her voice. Right now, the girl was swaying her slender legs as she walked into a small alley. Her face was covered by a hoodie. Her expression couldn't be seen, but she seemed to be mumbling something. Wu Yan looked at this petite but alluring girl with interest. He rubbed his chin and flew towards her. He landed behind her. As a member of Academy City's Black Ops, how could she not be vigilant in a place like this? Feeling someone approaching her, she turned around and saw Wu Yan standing behind her with a smile on his face. "It's Super You." The girl was taken aback. Her face, which was originally calm, suddenly changed as if she had seen a dreadful beast. Without hesitation, she turned around and ran away. Wu Yan predicted her movement. He grabbed the petite girl into his arms and teased. "Yo, Kinohita girl, long time no see. Why are you running away the moment you see me? Super, let go of me. You super pervert." Kinohita Sai struggled with all her might. However, Wu Yan, who had evolved into a true ancestor, wouldn't lose to a girl in terms of physical strength. He ignored her weak resistance. Kinohita Sai forgot to use her ability. Who knows if she really forgot or she didn't use it subconsciously. In any case, she's only struggling to please Wu Yan while she's in his embrace. Oh? Is this how a little girl greets a friend you haven't seen in a long time? You're the little girl. Super little girl. Who's your super friend? You super pervert. Kinohita Sai was very unhappy with Wu Yan calling her a little girl. After all, as a girl, she would want to be more mature and prettier. Being called a little girl was an insult to the self-proclaimed charming Kinohita Sai. Wu Yen raised an eyebrow when he heard Kinuhata Sai say super. Yo, Kinuhata girl, you're so arrogant. You seem to have forgotten the lesson from last time. Do you need me to remind you? After saying that, Wu Yen touched Kinuhata Sai's seductive thigh. It made one wonder if he had such thoughts in mind before appearing in front of Kinuhata Sai. The thigh that she was most proud of was suddenly touched by a warm hand. Kinuhata Sai's struggling body instantly froze. Feeling the familiar shape of the hand that she had only experienced once, Kinuhata Sai gave up resisting and put on a crying face. You really are a super pervert, Wu. The moment the word super pervert was said, Kinuhata Sai felt the hand on her thigh tighten, causing her to cry out in shock and shut her mouth. Wu Yen kneaded Kinuhata Sai's thigh, feeling the smooth skin. Little girl, change the word super pervert, and I will let you go. How about it? Originally, Wu Yen thought that Kinuhata Sai would be happy to change it after hearing his words. However, he forgot that the word little girl was a huge blow to Kinuhata Sai. I am not a super little girl. Kinuhata Sai was furious. Enduring the pain from her thigh, she shouted at Wu Yen, You still say you are not a super pervert? Where is your hand super placed? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes and gave Kinuhata Sai a smile that made her tremble in fear. Where's my hand? Can you please tell me? As he spoke, Wu Yan's hand continued to move upwards. Very soon, it reached a position where Kinuhata Sai had no choice but to submit to him. Kinuhata Sai cried out in shock and started to struggle again. Hurry up and super let go of me. Otherwise, I will scream. Although Wu Yen really wanted to say, scream all you want, no one will come and save you even if you break your throat. When he thought of how stupid he would sound if he said that, Wu Yen gave up on that thought. Scream all you want, no one will come and save you even if you break your throat. Reality has proven that Wu Yen can be really stupid sometimes. Kinuhata Sai quickly shouted when she felt Wu Yan's hand on her thigh and it's about to reach into her panties. I got it. I super got it. Hurry up and super stop. Kinuhata Sai wanted to cry but no tears came out. The sky is not even dark yet and I am not walking at night. How did I meet this wolf? Chapter 247. Lightly rubbing Kinuhata Sai's thighs, Wu Yen has to admit that Kinuhata Sai's most prided thighs have the right to be proud of them. Even though they aren't as slender as Ikaros, Astria, and Shokuha Misaki's thighs, their smoothness is comparable to Mikoto and Chuju Mikoto's. To be able to maintain her thighs to such an extent at the age of 12, she even spent her days researching how to release the charm of her thighs, such as making them faintly discernible. This lowly's attractiveness has reached a whole new level. As the only person who has enjoyed this pair of thighs, Wu Yen can vouch for it with his own sister. Perhaps this is the reason why Wu Yen couldn't resist teasing Kinuhata Sai after not seeing her for a long time. Patting Kinuhata Sai's cheeks, Wu Yen lamented. Why didn't you hold on a little longer? I thought I could play with you for a little longer. Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai gritted her teeth. She really wants to punch this shameless bastard away. However, the hand that is constantly moving between her lower abdomen and the base of her thighs made Kinuhata Sai give up on this tempting thought. Hurry up and let go of me. Chuckling, Wu Yen retracted his hand and let go of Kinuhata Sai. The moment her feet touched the ground, Kinuhata Sai ran away with the fastest speed she has ever run in her life. She only stopped when she put a safe distance between her and Wu Yen. She looked at Wu Yen cautiously. Looking at Kinuhata Sai who ran 10 meters away, Wu Yen held his breath. I say, don't you think it's hard for you to talk like this? I don't have that much to say to you. Due to the distance between them, Kinuhata Sai had to raise her voice. Honestly speaking, it's a bit difficult. Even though Kinuhata Sai said that she had nothing else to say, she didn't leave immediately. Looking at the slightly arrogant Kinuhata Sai, Wu Yen rolled his eyes. Then, little girl, running to such a remote alley, are you planning to do something bad again? I'm not a super little girl. When the word little brat was mentioned, Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but grumble, as if she hadn't learned her lesson. I won't do anything bad. You won't do anything bad? Wu Yen couldn't help but curl his lips. Have you guys, never done anything bad? Kinuhata Sai gulped and bit her lips as she glared at Wu Yen without saying a word. If she were to say that she had never done anything bad as a member of in Academy City, that would be *T. Even she herself wouldn't believe it. That super pervert probably hates girls who do bad things. This thought uncontrollably sprouted from Kinuhata Sai's heart. This was also the reason why Kinuhata Sai didn't say a word. She didn't know why, but the only person who had ever touched her body was the super pervert who had fiercely touched her body. Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but be concerned about her image in his heart. Kinuhata Sai didn't know that for Wu Yen, who was familiar with all kinds of 2D girls, as long as the girl wasn't rotten to the core and beyond redemption, Wu Yen wouldn't hate her. Of course, that's only if she's a cute girl. Looking at the silent Kinuhata Sai, Wu Yen had a feeling that if he continued to talk about this topic, it would lead to a bad ending, so he didn't bring it up. So, little girl, where are you planning to go now? It's almost dark and you're still running to an alley alone. Don't tell me you're planning to rob some hoodlums? I super told you not to call me super little girl. Kinuhata Sai said frantically, but what she got in return was Wu Yan's casual reply. I got it, little girl. I got it, little girl. With a pa sound, a Jing character appeared on Kinuhata Sai's forehead. Looking at Wu Yan's infuriating face, Kinuhata Sai resisted the urge to go berserk, turned around and walked away. Hey. Wu Yen was startled and quickly followed her. You still haven't told me what you're planning to do. I'm going to do bad things, Kinuhata Sai said in a depressed tone. At the same time, she quickened her pace as if she didn't want to talk to Wu Yen anymore. Unfortunately, Kinuhata Sai underestimated a certain someone's shamelessness and also underestimated his leg strength. One didn't want to be caught, so he kept increasing his speed, while the other followed behind as if nothing had happened, casually following behind the former. Compared to the former's running posture, the latter was obviously much more relaxed, as if he was taking a stroll, but he was still hanging behind the former. Soon, the scene of a man and a woman running after each other in the alley appeared in this empty space, running towards a certain direction. Kinuhata Sai's face was flushed red, not sure if it was due to lack of stamina or anger. She turned around and looked at Wu Yen, who looked like he was taking a stroll. Kinuhata Sai's face collapsed. Stopping her footsteps, Kinuhata Sai slowly turned around with a sad face and said dejectedly, "What are you super planning to do?" Wu Yen lightly smiled, crossed his arms in front of his chest and said, "Of course I want to know what you're planning to do." Hearing this, Kinuhata Sai looked at Wu Yen in confusion. "Why do you want to know what I'm going to do?" Hearing Kinuhata Sai's question, Wu Yen still had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was a bit embarrassed. Of course, Wu Yen had a purpose for following Kinuhata Sai so lazily. Dungeon World, Magic Catalog. Dungeon Mission, Rescue. Mission 1, Save 20,000 Misaka Sisters. Revive all the dead Misaka sisters and heal all the Misaka sisters who are still alive. Collect all 20,000 Misaka sisters and store them in the biocontainment device. Completed. Mission Reward, Equipment Points, Item Points, Ability Points, Summoning Points, 100,000 each. Mission 2. Defeat the strongest Esper in Academy City. Accelerator, completed. Mission Reward, randomly summon a character. Mission 3. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world and make them willingly follow you out of this world. Mission Reward, summon a character that fulfills the requirements of Mission 3 for free. This very loving Mission 3 is still clearly displayed in Wu Yan's system list. Seduce at least 3 characters in this dungeon world. This is a very loving mission. But will girls come to you for you to seduce? The answer is of course not. That's right. In other words, Kinuhata Sai has been targeted by Wu Yen. Back then, when Wu Yen received Mission 3, 2 people immediately appeared in Wu Yan's mind. The first one was Shokuha Misaki. Queen Sama came to him on her own accord. How could Wu Yen not accept it? Although conquering Queen Sama is extremely difficult, after experiencing the ripples in the amusement park, Wu Yen already felt that the road ahead is much smoother. As for the second one, it was this very cute and seductive girl, Kinuhata Sai. Other than Queen Sama, she also appeared in Wu Yan's mind for the first time. In item, other than Mujino Shizuri, Kinohara Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda were all taken advantage of by him. Naturally, Wu Yan thought of them the moment he received the Mission 3. Moreover, the Mission 3's targets just so happened to be these three. This time, with the high difficulty level of the Mission 3, if he targets Kinohara Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda from item, then it should be much easier. After all, they were all taken advantage of by him, they should have some impression of him, whether good or bad. As long as they have an impression of him, he would have a way to clear them, right? Besides, they are also characters he likes. As for the fact that Kinohara Sai is 12 years old and Frenda is a standard infant, Wu Yan automatically ignored that fact. Chapter 248. Kinohara Sai suddenly had a bad premonition. She felt a chill down her spine as if a pair of glowing green eyes were staring at her from behind. Kinohara Sai started to look around suspiciously, trying to find the source of the ominous feeling. Kinohara Sai didn't know that the wolf eyes that were staring at her was actually the wolf standing in front of her. Wu Yan naturally wouldn't say something like, "I'm here to woo you," but he couldn't find a reason to do so, so he could only shrug helplessly. "So are you going to tell me or not?" Kinohara Sai narrowed her eyes as her gaze slowly turned vigilant. "Don't tell me you're here to pry for information." Wu Yan rolled his eyes. "Pry for information? What kind of information would I pry for?" Kinohara Sai snorted coldly as she placed her hands on her waist and said proudly, "As the super dark unit of Academy City, there are plenty of people who come here to pry for information." Upon hearing this, Wu Yan curled his lips in disdain, completely destroying Kinohara Sai's arrogance. "If I really wanted to pry for information, would I need to go through so much trouble? I could just go straight to her door and take down Mujino Shizuri. What kind of information can't I get?" Kinohara Sai's arrogance instantly disappeared. Wu Yan's words reminded her of the battle at the research facility. Their leader Mujino Shizuri was taken down by Wu Yan and the three of them became his toys. Kinohara Sai could only say with a wronged expression, "Don't underestimate Mujino, she's super strong. Yes, yes, yes." Hearing Kinohara Sai's stubborn tone, Wu Yan replied nonchalantly. This caused Kinohara Sai to clench her fists tightly. Looking at Kinohara Sai's angry expression, Wu Yan scratched his face and said impatiently, "I say, if you really don't have anything else to do, why don't you come with me for a stroll?" This time, Kinohara Sai finally understood that the other party wasn't interested in her goal at all. His real goal was her. As soon as this thought popped up in her mind, Kinohara Sai's face turned pale and she turned around to run. Wu Yan was stunned. Looking at Kinohara Sai who suddenly ran away, he couldn't react in time. Why did this girl suddenly run away? Could it be that she really had something secret to do? Wu Yan, who didn't know that Kinohara Sai had already found out about his wild ambition, could only shrug his shoulders helplessly. He looked at Kinohara Sai who ran away with a playful look as if he's looking at an underpowered vehicle. With a light step, he appeared behind Kinohara Sai. "I say, little girl, why are you running again? You don't want me to know where you're going? You're the super little girl. Don't chase after me." Kinohara Sai shouted without turning her head. Then she mustered all her strength and started running. Her face was filled with panic, just like a little loli being chased by a strange uncle. "If you stop, I won't chase after you. Get the hell away from me. You're a super pervert. Little girl, it seems like you're planning to let this brother chase after you. I already said that I'm not a super little girl. Are you going to stop or not?" "Super no." "Then you want me to catch you? Fine, I'll definitely catch you properly. Help. There's a super pervert." Kinohara Sai had just shouted for help when she noticed a pair of wine-red eyes appearing from the side of her face. This caused Kinohara Sai's soul to leave her body and she started running for her life. At this moment, Kinohara Sai noticed that Wu Yan's eyes had turned wine-red. Although she was a little confused as to why this super pervert's eyes turned so beautiful, this wasn't a reason for Kinohara Sai to stop running. If she stopped, her beautiful body would be licked by that wolf's saliva again. I say, why are you running? Because a super pervert like you is chasing after me. If you don't run, I won't chase after you. Then super stop chasing after me. Why are you so against me? I just want to invite you to watch a movie. Who the hell wants to watch a movie with you? A movie, a B-rated movie? When she heard the words B-rated movie, Kinuhata Sayai's feet stopped for a moment, but she immediately started running again with all her might. Although B-rated movies are very tempting to her, it's too dangerous to watch a B-rated movie with Wu Yan. Looking at Kinuhata Sayai running even faster, Wu Yan pursed his lips. His figure flashed, and this time, he didn't appear beside Kinuhata Sayai but right in front of her. In the next second, Kinuhata Sayai felt herself crashing into someone's embrace, and at the same time, that person hugged her. Feeling that familiar embrace, Kinuhata Sayai didn't even need to think to know who this person is. Kinuhata Sayai's face was filled with tears as she screamed in despair. Wu, Mujino, Takitsubu, Frenda, Kinuhata, I'm going to become super impure. My super beautiful body, you're finally going to super take advantage of this super pervert. Hearing that, Wu Yan's forehead was filled with black lines. Looking at Kinuhata Sayai, who had given up on resisting, her eyes were tightly shut, her face was filled with nervousness, and her mouth was constantly screaming something. Wu Yan didn't hold back and slapped her butt. Super attack is starting. Super attack is starting. Kinuhata Sayai was extremely nervous as she screamed in panic. This caused the black lines on Wu Yan's face to collapse. In the end, it turned into the word, awkward. Little girl, I really don't know what you're thinking, but if it's possible, you should stop. Kinuhata Sayai didn't give up and started scratching again. However, her strength was slowly decreasing. She opened one of her eyes and met with Wu Yan's wine-red eyes. Kinuhata Sayai said meekly, Didn't you super want to eat me? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Although he did want to eat this girl, he can guarantee that he didn't want to do it at this moment. Little girl, do you really want me to eat you that much? Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sayai from the corner of his eyes and pressed her delicate body into his embrace. If that's the case, then I don't mind. No, no, no. Super don't want to. Kinuhata Sayai shouted without hesitation. This caused Wu Yan to feel hurt in his heart. This Kinuhata Sayai seems to hate him a lot. Wu Yan didn't even think about how many times he and Kinuhata Sayai have met each other. Plus, the first time they met, he already did this to her. Any girl would subconsciously reject him, let alone have sex with him. Then, Kinuhata girl, accompany me to watch a movie. Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sayai in his embrace with a smile. His hands even tightened as if he was saying, if you don't agree, I won't let go. One has to say, he's too shameless. No, 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 super no. Kinuhata Sayai shook her head without hesitation. For a B-rated movie, it's weird that a girl would like to watch it. But to bring a guy along to watch it, that's even weirder. And to bring Wu Yan along, that's too dangerous. Kinuhata Sayai struggled for a bit but couldn't break free. Seeing Wu Yan's shameless look, Kinuhata Sayai could only whimper and surrender. Please super let me go. I really have something super important to do. I can't go. Wu Yan looked at Kinuhata Sayai with interest. What's the matter? Tell me. Kinuhata Sayai hesitated for a while before helplessly saying, Mujino gave a death order, everyone has to be super present today. Hearing Kinuhata Sayai's words, Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. Mujino Shizuri gave such an order? What is she trying to do? Mujino Shizuri wants to super challenge the second? No, she wants to super challenge the third place, dark matter. Wu Yan was stunned. Mujino Shizuri wants to challenge Kakin Taidaku? Kinuhata Sayai nodded. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, he couldn't stay calm. Chapter 249. Mujino Shizuri vs. Kakin Taidaku. It's not like it's never happened before. In the original work, Mujino Shizuri's Dark Ops fought against Kakin Taidaku's Dark Ops. Mujino Shizuri even went up against Kakin Taidaku. But the result was terrible. Kakin Taidaku's ability, Dark Matter, was a bit of a cheat. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse could not even touch Kakin Taidaku's dark matter, which allowed him to create new substances. In other words, Mujino Shizuri was crushed by Kakin Taidaku. Just how powerful was the dark matter? It was so strong that even Accelerator would be at a disadvantage if he wasn't careful. It was so strong that even Mikoto, who had reached the 8th tier, had to use her railgun to blast it away. Otherwise, electricity alone wouldn't be able to hurt Kakin Taidaku. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse is of the same type as Mikoto's ability. With Mujino Shizuri's current level, if she goes up against Kakin Taidaku, the result will be the same as in the original work. This Mujino Shizuri, what's wrong with her that she wants to challenge Kakin Taidaku? Wu Yen couldn't help but let go of Kinohita Sai and rubbed his forehead. Kinohita Sai tidied up her messy clothes. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinohita Sai was unhappy. How could Kinohita Sai not understand the meaning behind Wu Yan's words? He's obviously saying that Mujino Shizuri will definitely lose if she goes up against Kakin Taidaku. Don't underestimate Mujino. No matter what, Mujino is still ranked 4. Even if that Kakin Taidaku is 1 rank higher than Mujino, Mujino won't be that far behind. That's because you don't understand Kakin Taidaku. Wu Yen couldn't help but frown, and said to Kinohita Sai in a serious tone, to put it bluntly, among the 7 LV5 players in Academy City, aside from Accelerator and Mikoto, anyone who goes up against him will die. Hearing this, Kinohita Sai wanted to refute, but seeing Wu Yan's serious expression, Kinohita Sai hesitated and said with uncertainty, Is it that powerful? Wu Yen helplessly nodded and said, let's put it this way, you know about Accelerator, right? According to the tree diagram designer's calculations, if Accelerator goes all out, he can kill the old Mikoto within 185 moves. Impossible. Kinohita Sai jumped up. That super railgun, even in the past, was ranked 3rd. How could it be so weak? It's not that Mikoto is weak, but Accelerator is too strong. Wu Yen bitterly smiled and shook his head, and then he laughed. Of course, that was in the past. Now, Mikoto's strength has increased by quite a bit. Even if she can't win against Accelerator, she won't lose so badly. Kinohita Sai stared blankly at Wu Yen, as if she was shocked by Wu Yan's words. After a while, she squeezed out a sentence. This is also related to that super Accelerator. What does it have to do with that dark matter? That's the crux of the matter. Wu Yen sighed and looked at Kinohita Sai. You know, if Kakin Taidaku goes up against Accelerator, then he will definitely lose badly. Kinohita Sai let out a sigh of relief. However, Wu Yan's next words caused her to worry again. But, with the special properties of dark matter, even if he loses badly in the end, he will be able to force Accelerator into a disadvantageous position in the beginning. Say, do you think Mujino Shizuri can defeat Kakin Taidaku? If possible, please let me become his disciple. Kinohita Sai went silent. She looked at Wu Yen. Her eyes were filled with worry. Then, wouldn't it be dangerous for Mujino Shizuri to go up against him? Unless Mujino Shizuri goes up against Kakin Taidaku in her high exertion state, then maybe there's still a chance of winning. Wu Yen looked at the worried Kinohita Sai and nodded in admiration. This is the good thing about Kinohita Sai. Even though she lives in the Academy City's Black Ops, where people eat people, she cares a lot about her companions, even if the companions she cares about don't care about her at all. High exertion. Kinohita Sai went silent again. Wu Yen shrugged with a bitter smile. He understood why Kinohita Sai went silent. Mujino Shizuri's atomic collapse was actually very powerful. Just like light, electrons could adapt to different situations, displaying the properties of both particles and waves. It possessed the ability to forcefully manipulate the ambiguous situation between the two. What was directly emitted was neither waves nor particles, but the electron itself. Even if an electron that was fixed in an ambiguous state hit an object, it would stay on the spot because it could not decide whether it would be a particle or a waveform. Originally, the electron only had a mass that was infinitely close to 0, but the effect of the stay would become a pseudo-barrier, and the barrier would hit the target with terrifying power at the same speed as when it was released. Thus, Due to the excessive power of this ability, it was very unstable and required a lot of fine-tuning and careful settings. Normally, Mujino Shizuri would control the power of her meltdown of atoms to a level that she could endure. This was the so-called low-output state. A researcher in a certain research institute in Academy City once said that if she didn't have her survival instincts restricting the output of atomic collapse, in other words, if she fully unleashed the power of atomic collapse to a high-exertion state, Mujino Shizuri would be able to instantly kill the third-ranked railgun. But in reality, if Mujino Shizuri really did that and completely removed her survival instincts restricting atomic collapse, then her own body would also be shattered by the reaction of the high-exertion state. In other words, if Mujino Shizuri went up against Kakin Taidaku with a low-exertion state, she would lose instantly, but with a high-exertion state, she would die instantly, and she might not even win. That Mujino Shizuri, why would she want to challenge Kakin Taidaku? Wu Yen couldn't help but pat his cheeks, feeling a headache coming on. Kinuhata Sai told Wu Yen, Mujino used to hate Railgun a lot. She always thought that the reason Railgun was able to surpass her was because of Railgun's ability. In terms of military usage, Railgun was better than Mujino's. Plus, Railgun was a high school student, so Mujino hated her a lot. In the end, Kakin Taidaku was defeated by Railgun. Originally, the research institutes thought that the third and fourth ranked should be on par in terms of strength. But this time, the research institutes thought that Mujino's ability was weaker than Railgun's. Kinuhata Sai couldn't help but laugh bitterly at this. That's why Mujino hated dark matter so much. She wanted to prove that she could also defeat dark matter, to prove that she wasn't weaker than the second-ranked Railgun. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched, he suppressed the urge to curse and slumped his shoulders. He knew that Mujino Shizuri hated Mikoto, but he didn't expect her to hate Mikoto to this extent. Those trashy research institutes, did they take the wrong medicine to come up with such a conclusion? Aren't they just trying to lure the arrogant Mujino Shizuri to her death? What should I super do now? Kinuhata Sai clenched her fist. Super tell Mujino not to go? But with Mujino's personality, she'll definitely super think that I'm looking down on her and kill me with a meltdown atom. I say, are you that worried about her? Wu Yen couldn't help but ask. It's not just because of Mujino. Kinuhata Sai shook her head. Frenda and Takitsubu might be super dangerous as well. Mujino Shizuri, you're really something. Aren't you just trying to provoke this brother to make a move? Speechless helplessly, dragging down the three girls he's already decided on. Mujino Shizuri. Wu Yen sighed and he said something that made Kinuhata Sai flabbergasted. Looks like it's time to get rid of Kakin Taidaku. Chapter 250. In an empty alley, Mujino Shizuri, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda are waiting for Kinuhata Sai's arrival. They've been waiting for quite some time now. At this moment, Mujino Shizuri's face is starting to show signs of impatience. There's even a hint of anger in her eyes. Finally, she couldn't help but ask Frenda. Frenda, is Kinuhata not here yet? Barara, this is so weird. Frenda is holding a phone and continuously dialing Kinuhata Sai's number, but she didn't pick up every time. What's going on in the end? Kinuhata has always been punctual, plus, Mujino already gave her a death order. Kinuhata shouldn't have disobeyed Mujino's orders. Could something have happened? Takitsubu Riku resisted her exhaustion and raised her head to ask Mujino Shizuri and Frenda. The only thing she can think of is that something happened to Kinuhata Sai. In a way, something did happen because at this time, Kinuhata Sai is running for her life because of a certain wolf behind her. Hearing this, Mujino Shizuri felt that it made sense. She had been doing missions with Kinuhata Sai almost every day. Mujino Shizuri understood Kinuhata Sai very well. If it wasn't for something happening, she wouldn't have been late. Do we need to pick her up? Frenda raised her phone and asked Mujino. The four of them have GPS, they just need to track her down and they'll be able to find Kinuhata Sai. Mujino Shizuri clicked her tongue and said impatiently. Forget it, with Kinuhata's abilities, even if something happened, with her nitrogen armor, escaping shouldn't be a problem. Let's not wait for her, let's go. Frenda and Takitsubo Riku looked at each other helplessly. But they also know that once Mujino has made her decision, she won't be able to change it. Yes. Don't tell me you're super eager to deal with that dark matter? This was Kinohita Sayai's first reaction when she heard Wu Yen say that it's time for him to leave. After seeing Wu Yen nod his head, Kinohita Sayai couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me you're super crazy? Didn't you just say that the dark matter was super powerful? Indeed, Kakin Taidaku is very powerful. His wine-red eyes suddenly turned golden. Of course, it was only for an instant before the golden color disappeared. Even Kinohita Sayai, who was right beside him, did not notice this change. Wu Yen smiled faintly. But I'm stronger than him. Wu Yen sounded very confident and resolute when he said this. If it was before, perhaps Wu Yen wouldn't have a 100% chance of winning against Kakin Taidaku's abnormal dark matter. In fact, the chances of him losing would be much higher. But now, Wu Yen, with his bloodline and new equipment, could even hold off an archangel, let alone a Kakin Taidaku. Therefore, Wu Yen was confident that he could kill Kakin Taidaku directly. Hearing Wu Yan's resolute words, Kinohita Sayai was stunned for a moment before she frowned again. Indeed, since you can super defeat Mujino, it seems like you're also a super LV5. If you team up with Mujino Chao, you might be able to defeat Kakin Taidaku. Wu Yen smiled faintly and did not explain. He was secretly laughing in his heart, hoping that Kinohita Sayai wouldn't be so shocked that her jaw would drop when the time comes. But Kinohita Sayai suddenly changed her tone and looked at Wu Yen. Why do you super want to help us? Yeah, but Wu Yen pretended to be confused and touched his chin. He looked at Kinohita Sayai's serious face and smiled. I have no choice. That Kakin Taidaku might hurt my sisters. If I don't help him, he might. Your sisters? Kinohita Sayai was stunned and widened her eyes at Wu Yen. She raised her finger and shouted at Wu Yen. Who are you calling your sisters? You super pervert. As expected, you're super pervert. You're super targeting the four of us. Hey, don't misunderstand. Wu Yen immediately shook his head and said righteously, not four, it's three. That Aunt Mujino who goes through menopause every day is not my cup of tea. Kinohita Sayai pointed at Wu Yen with a trembling finger. She saw how righteous he was when he declared that he wanted to take in 3 sisters, and one of them was her. Kinohita Sayai went crazy and shouted, they're not your super sisters. You super pervert. Don't even think about it. Kinohita Sayai, don't be shy. You see, we've already done that kind of thing. Isn't it natural for them to become my sisters? Don't make it sound so flirtatious. I was just super hypnotized by you. Kinohita Sayai didn't realize that she just said something outrageous and continued to criticize Wu Yen. Also, it's not us, it's you. You're super hypnotized. We didn't do it willingly. It's all the same, it's super hypnotized. Kinohita Sayai felt that her throat was burning and she was panting heavily. One could imagine how excited she was just now. Wu Yen looked at the panting Kinohita Sayai and suddenly reached out his hand. While Kinohita Sayai was stunned, he lifted her chin and brought her lips closer to his. What are you super trying to do? Looking at the pair of charming wine-red eyes, Kinohita Sayai panicked and shifted her eyes away. Her face was frozen because of Wu Yan's action. She wanted to break free from Wu Yan's hand, but she stopped because of Wu Yan's next sentence. Kinohita Sayai, do you really want to stay in the dark ops and live a dark life? Kinohita Sayai went silent. She didn't know how she should answer him. She could say she doesn't want to, but she's already used to living a life of darkness. If she said she wants to, she would feel a sense of helplessness that came from the depths of her heart. Thus, Kinohita Sayai could only stay silent. Kinohita Sayai's silence made Wu Yen sigh. While Kinohita Sayai was silent, Wu Yen suddenly leaned forward and kissed her on the lips. The silent Kinohita Sayai was stunned. By the time she reacted, a warm tongue had already reached into her mouth. Grabbing onto her little tongue and entwining them together, Kinohita Sayai's eyes widened as she looked at Wu Yan's face that was magnified countless times. She panicked and started to whimper and hit Wu Yan's chest with all her might, trying to get him to let go of her. Wu Yan directly hugged Kinohita Sai and started to rub her lips. Kinohita Sai started to lose her strength, and the strength of her hands that were hitting Wu Yan's chest became weaker and weaker. In the end, she couldn't even kill a mosquito. Kinohita Sai's eyes narrowed as she looked at Wu Yan kissing her lips. She slowly closed her eyes and wrapped her arms around Wu Yan's neck. She started to treat her first kiss seriously, their tongues intertwined and their saliva passed. This is the first time she kissed someone, and it was such an intense kiss. Kinohita Sai's heart started to beat faster and faster. Even her body started to heat up. Her breathing started to become difficult. That suffocating feeling made Kinohita Sai feel a faint sense of happiness. Kinohita Sai was at a loss as she felt this suffocating happiness. She didn't know what to do. After a long time, their lips parted. Looking at Kinohita Sai, who was panting heavily, Wu Yan smiled. Kinohita Sai, are you still going to reject me? Kinohita Sai was gasping for breath. Even answering Wu Yan was a bit difficult. Seeing this, Wu Yan smiled and said domineeringly, "Anyway, I want you, Takitsubo Riku and Frenda. I don't plan to let any of you go." After saying that, Wu Yan lowered his head and licked Kinohita Sai's lips. He then pecked her lips a few more times before smiling. "Well, it's okay if you don't know how to answer me. Wait until I find Takitsubo Riku and Frenda first." Chapter 251. While Wu Yan is trying his best on the girl in his arms, on the other side of the street. "How is it? Takitsubo, have you found that person yet?" Mujino Shizuri asked impatiently with her arms crossed. Due to the excessive flow of people on the street, the AIM force field of the aptitude users affected each other and cancelled each other out. In order to find the person Mujino Shizuri is looking for, Takitsubo Riku has expended too much of her energy. Her face is pale and sweat is dripping down her forehead. Her footsteps are weak and she looks like she will collapse at any moment. At this time, Takitsubo Riku has already consumed a body crystal. Frenda clenched her fists. Seeing Takitsubo Riku in such a state, her heart ached. Frenda may be a little timid and afraid of death, but she still cares a lot about her companions. In the original work, if Kakin Taidaku didn't threaten Frenda with her life, she wouldn't have betrayed him. Now, seeing Takitsubo Riku in pain, she wanted to stop her but she was too afraid of Mujino Shizuri. Hence, she could only watch without moving. Mujino Shizuri could clearly see that Takitsubo Riku was expending all her energy and computing power to search for Kakin Taidaku. However, she didn't ask her to stop. Instead, she kept urging her. At some point, Takitsubo Riku's eyes trembled. She immediately turned to Mujino Shizuri and said with a trembling voice, "Found him. Not far away, he doesn't seem to be moving." He stopped. After Takitsubo Riku found him, she immediately stopped using her ability. There was an unconcealable look of exhaustion on her face as she panted heavily. If one were to look closely, they would notice that her body was already a little weak. "All right, Takitsubo, let's go now. Don't let him get away." Mujino Shizuri smiled. She didn't care if she can defeat Kakin Taidaku. In her heart, if that middle school student can defeat Kakin Taidaku, she can too. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's words, Takitsubo Riku revealed a smile but it quickly disappeared. Even her smile was a little forced. One could imagine how weak Takitsubo Riku was at this moment. After Mujino Shizuri finished speaking, she walked briskly towards Kakin Taidaku's seat. She did not seem to have any intention of consoling Takitsubo Riku as she walked away. Seeing this, the two girls quickly followed behind her. However, after taking a few steps, Takitsubo Riku stumbled and half knelt on the ground. "Takitsubo!" Frenda exclaimed and quickly ran to Takitsubo Riku's side to support her. "Are you all right, Takitsubo?" Hearing this, Mujino Shizuri, who was walking in front, stopped and turned around. Seeing Takitsubo Riku's extremely weak state, she frowned and asked in annoyance, "What's wrong?" "I'm fine." Perhaps it was due to her mental exhaustion, Takitsubo Riku's reply was weak and feeble, which made Frenda a little worried. "Takitsubo, Why don't you take a rest first? Frenda asked hesitantly. At the same time, she secretly glanced at Mujino Shizuri, as if to ask for her opinion. Mujino Shizuri looked at Takitsubu Riku with furrowed brows. Even though Takitsubu Riku was of no help during the battle, she was indispensable during the pursuit. If Kikin Taidaku ran away again, how are they going to pursue him? Seeing Mujino Shizuri's silence, Frenda also fell silent. Takitsubu Riku took a deep breath and stood up from the ground. I'm fine, we can continue. This time, Mujino Shizuri smiled. That's good if that's the case, let's continue the pursuit. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku could only nod in agreement. Passing through the crowd, under Takitsubu Riku's guidance, they crossed street after street. Finally, the three members of Item turned into a small street and arrived in front of a very large warehouse. After arriving at this place, they stopped in their tracks. At the same time, they focused their attention and looked ahead without moving an inch. A young man with an evil aura is leaning against the wall outside the warehouse. He has a half smile on his face, but it's not hard to tell that he's not in a good mood. His eyes are filled with a faint evil aura. His brown pupils are looking at Mujino Shizuri, Takitsubu Riku, and Frenda. He doesn't seem surprised by their appearance, it's as if he's been waiting for them here. It's Kikin Taidaku. Finally found me? Well then, members of Item, what business do you have with me? Kikin Taida laughed evilly and said to Mujino Shizuri and the others. What he said surprised Mujino Shizuri and the others. You knew that we were following you? Mujino Shizuri raised an eyebrow. It's an elegant action, but it can't hide her anger at Kikin Taidaku's teasing attitude. Hearing Mujino Shizuri's question, Kikin Taidaku pursed his lips and looked at Takitsubu Riku. When that little girl used her ability, I knew. Mujino Shizuri's expression froze, her eyes narrowed. Kikin Taidaku didn't even look at Mujino Shizuri, he continued to look at Takitsubu Riku. Originally, I wanted to create a special particle to emit the same AIM field as me and lure you guys to another place. But I was curious why you guys were looking for me, so I stopped here and waited for you guys. Why? Mujino Shizuri smiled. Green light suddenly appeared around her. Green light orbs appeared around her. Do you need me to explain? Holding up an atomic collapse orb, Mujino Shizuri looked at Kikin Taidaku with a half smile. She seems to be laughing at his teasing just now. Kikin Taidaku laughed. He laughed very happily, but also very angrily. You, the fourth member who couldn't even take down a hunter, even if all of you went out together? Ha! Kikin Taidaku laughed out loud as if he just discovered something very happy. He couldn't stop himself. You bastard! Ever since her defeat against Wu Yen, Mujino Shizuri still felt like there was a thorn in her back. She felt very uncomfortable. Now that Kikin Taidaku pointed it out, the anger from her memories instantly swallowed her rationality. A blinding beam of light shot out from Mujino Shizuri's hand and hit Kikin Taidaku. Mujino Shizuri frowned. Even though it looks like she hit him, but how could Kikin Taidaku be defeated so easily? This is your atomic collapse? Kikin Taidaku's disdainful voice rang out. Mujino Shizuri's face turned serious as she looked up. A faint black gas appeared in front of Kikin Taidaku's chest. He stood there unharmed. This. Mujino Shizuri stared at the unharmed Kikin Taidaku in disbelief. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku had the same expression on their faces. They had never seen anyone come out unscathed after being hit by Mujino Shizuri's meltdown atomic bomb. Kikin Taidaku patted his chest, and the black gas in front of his chest rippled. Kikin Taidaku curled his lips and said with disdain, "What's so strange about that? This layer of dark matter, no matter what it is, as long as it touches it, it will be broken down into the most basic atoms. At the same time, it will lose all its speed and most of its energy." Kikin Taidaku looked at Mujino Shizuri and laughed. If I remember correctly, your atomic collapse is the basic electrons, right? Mujino Shizuri was stunned. She didn't expect her atomic collapse to be countered so easily. Mujino Shizuri had an ominous premonition. She suddenly had a feeling that something bad was about to happen. Did I think too much of it? Chapter 252. Seeing Mujino Shizuri's stunned expression, Kakin Taidaku finally stopped laughing. A helpless smile appeared on his face as he shook his head and said disappointedly, "Looks like you're very confident in your abilities. Otherwise, you wouldn't be like this after seeing your ability fail. Once your ability fails, you won't have any other tricks up your sleeves." Kakin Taidaku glanced at Mujino Shizuri. "If you don't have any other tricks up your sleeves, then you're dead for sure." Kakin Taidaku smiled faintly and looked at Mujino Shizuri like she's a dead man. Mujino Shizuri finally recovered from her shock. She was furious when she saw Kakin Taidaku looking at her with disdain. She shouted, "Good. Very good. Since you want to die faster, I'll grant you your wish." Mujino Shizuri took out a crystal chip that looked like a rhombus from her pocket. It was none other than the diffusion support semiconductor. Almost instantly, Mujino Shizuri's meltdowner hit the diffusion support semiconductor. Countless meltdowners shot out from the disintegrated diffusion support semiconductor towards Kakin Taidaku. Kakin Taidaku had an evil smile on his face. He smiled at the incoming meltdowner atomic bomb as if he was welcoming a guest. He squinted his eyes lazily and leaned against the wall of the warehouse, ignoring the terrifying amount of meltdowner atomic bomb comments. A thick layer of dark elemental gas appeared in front of Kakin Taidaku and covered his entire body. Following the movement of the gas, countless meltdowns appeared and smashed into Kakin Taidaku's body. The meltdowners exploded continuously and buried Kakin Taidaku's body. The warehouse behind Kakin Taidaku started to distort severely. Several meltdowners shot out from the walls from time to time. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku ran away as fast as they could when Mujino Shizuri took out the diffusion support semiconductor. They stood there looking at the center of the explosion in fear. This isn't the first time they've seen this scene, but every time they see it, they're terrified. The battle only lasted for a short while. Even the time spent talking was longer than the actual battle. But this battle was destined from the start. It's not something people of their level can interfere with. With the help of the diffusion support semiconductor, the meltdowner atomic bomb fired randomly at Kakin Taidaku's position. Mujino Shizuri smiled when she saw Kakin Taidaku's figure buried in the center. But soon her smile froze. Countless meltdowns hit Kakin Taidaku's body, but they all stopped in front of him. Then, they were all disintegrated by the layer of black gas, the dark elemental substance. Not a single one hit Kakin Taidaku. Mujino Shizuri stared blankly at Kakin Taidaku, who had a calm smile on his face. She couldn't believe that her own ability was so powerless in front of his dark matter. Frenda and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other in disbelief. After all, in their eyes, Mujino Shizuri was the epitome of invincibility. Ever since they formed item with Mujino Shizuri, they've never seen an enemy that could last more than 10 rounds against Mujino Shizuri. However, after that day, everything changed. The invincible Mujino Shizuri was defeated by a thief who stole a test subject by Wu Yen. From that day onwards, Mujino Shizuri's image in their hearts was reduced by half. On the day of the encirclement mission with the hounds, Mujino Shizuri was once again defeated by a strange woman. She didn't even have a chance to fight back. Mujino Shizuri's image in their hearts was reduced by half again. Could it be that Mujino Shizuri was going to fail again? This thought appeared in Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's mind. At the same time, they felt a deep sense of fear. Looking at the evil smile on Kakin Taidaku's face, Frenda and Takitsubu Riku didn't think that Kakin Taidaku, the leader of Academy City's Black Ops, would let them go like Wu Yen and Ikaros. In other words, if Mujino Shizuri loses this time, they're dead for sure. Kakin Taidaku looked at the stunned Mujino Shizuri and felt even more disdain in his heart. He slowly walked towards Mujino Shizuri. Kakin Taidaku's action made Mujino Shizuri's face twitch. Almost reflexively, Mujino Shizuri took a step back. Kakin Taidaku acted like he didn't see it and continued walking towards Mujino Shizuri. Every time Kakin Taidaku took a step forward, Mujino Shizuri would subconsciously take a step back. It's obvious that Mujino Shizuri is starting to feel fear towards Kakin Taidaku. Kakin Taidaku frowned and looked at Mujino Shizuri. Why are you taking a step back? Didn't you want to mess with me? Then stop wasting time. What other skills do you have? Hurry up and use them. Kakin Taidaku looked a little annoyed. In his mind, this kind of low-level battle is just a waste of his time. This is also the result of his personality of looking down on those below him. Damn it! Mujino Shizuri stopped in her tracks. She looked at Kakin Taidaku with anger and fear. She had to admit that Kakin Taidaku had guessed correctly. Due to her strong confidence in her abilities, Mujino Shizuri relied too much on her abilities. Now that her abilities have failed, she has no other options left. At this moment, due to the meltdown of atoms, the warehouse is burning with flames everywhere. The temperature is rising rapidly, making Mujino Shizuri feel her throat dry up. Feeling her emotions fluctuating, Mujino Shizuri clenched her fists tightly. Thinking about the recent failures, Mujino Shizuri almost went crazy. Am I going to fail again? Thinking of this, Mujino Shizuri screamed hysterically. Damn it! He's clearly only ranked third before me. Kakin Taidaku stopped in his tracks. The smile on his face gradually disappeared. His expression sank, and his bangs covered his eyes. Following Kakin Taidaku's silence, a bloody aura started to spread in the air. Mujino Shizuri's body trembled and a horrified expression appeared on her face. A low voice that sounded like it came from hell crawled out from Kakin Taidaku's mouth. I have to say, Mujino Shizuri, you have angered me. What does Kakin Taidaku hate the most? In the past, it might be Accelerator Passage, but now, it's Misaka Mikoto. That day, he was defeated by Mikoto without any resistance. The layer of dark matter on his chest that can decompose anything was torn apart by Mikoto's railgun in the most violent way possible. At the same time, Kakin Taidaku's pride was shredded to pieces. Especially when he thought about how confident he was in the beginning, flapping his 6 wings and appearing in front of Misaka Mikoto. From his point of view, asking for something from Misaka Mikoto should be a piece of cake. However, Kakin Taidaku did not expect that he was wrong from the beginning, very wrong. What he thought would be a piece of cake in Misaka Mikoto's eyes, it was like a circus. When he thought about how he acted like a clown explaining his invincible ability, Kakin Taidaku almost went crazy. On top of that, his ranking dropped to 3rd place. Mujino Shizuri's words about being in 1st place completely ignited the hatred in Kakin Taidaku's heart. Chapter 253. When Kakin Taidaku raised his head again, the gloominess on his face was gone. However, Mujino Shizuri did not let her guard down. She could feel an even stronger aura in the air. Mujino Shizuri shrunk back, fear creeping into her heart. Frenda and Takitsubo Riku shared the same feeling. Suddenly, Kakin Taidaku raised his hand. The dark matter around him began to glow and swirl into his palm. Mujino Shizuri, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku all had different expressions on their faces. A floating black orb appeared in Kakin Taidaku's hand. Then, in an instant, it was fired in the direction of Mujino Shizuri. Mujino Shizuri felt a great sense of danger. Her mind went blank. Looking at the black ball of light that was filled with a destructive aura, Mujino Shizuri bit her lips in hatred. Without thinking, she simply threw away the diffusion support semiconductor in her hand and opened the collapsing atom electronic shield made of ambiguous wave particle state in front of her with all her strength. In the next second, the black orb exploded a meter in front of Mujino Shizuri. Boom! An earth-shattering sound came from the center of the explosion. It was as if an atomic bomb had exploded. A rather powerful mushroom cloud slowly rose from the empty space of the warehouse. It was just that it was much smaller than an atomic bomb's mushroom cloud. Even though it is much smaller, it is still enough to cover the entire sky. Countless rocks were blown away and mixed within the mushroom cloud. The ground is already a mess. Closer to the warehouse, the loud sound was also heard by the people here. They all looked towards the source of the sound and saw a small mushroom cloud. Kakin Taidaku rode his 6 white wings and flew out from a corner of the mushroom cloud. He stopped in the air and looked inside the mushroom cloud with a cold smile. His eyes were like lightning as he looked inside the mushroom cloud. It was as if he could see what was going on inside the mushroom cloud. A gust of wind blew through the area and blew away the mushroom cloud. As the mushroom cloud dissipated, the scene on the ground fell into Kakin Taidaku's eyes. The ground was in a mess. Countless large and small craters littered the ground. Rocks and debris were scattered everywhere. At the center, in the largest crater, Mujino Shizuri was there. Not far away on the ground, Takitsubo Riku and Frenda are also covered in wounds. Their clothes are tattered and their faces are covered in dust. They're struggling to move on the ground. Mujino Shizuri coughed incessantly as the dust was sucked into her windpipe. Her clothes were in tatters, but compared to Takitsubo Riku and Frenda, she was in a much better state. Looking at Kakin Taidaku flying in the sky with absolute power, Mujino Shizuri's face was filled with fear. One hit. Just one hit. Her meltdown atom shield was destroyed in one hit. The shockwave from the explosion caused quite a bit of damage to her. Frenda and Takitsubo Riku were so far away, but they were also caught in the shockwave. They can't even stand up now. How is this possible? How is he so strong? Impossible. Mujino Shizuri shrunk back a little. Her heart kept repeating this sentence. Even her mouth was mumbling like a mosquito. It was as if she had lost her mind. Mujino Shizuri raised her head with difficulty to look at Kakin Taidaku in the sky. She couldn't believe it. She couldn't believe it. They were both LV5. How could he be so strong? Was the dark matter really that powerful? Misaka Mikoto. How did she defeat such a monster? Kakin Taidaku flapped his 6 pairs of wings and gently floated down from the sky. He landed in front of Mujino Shizuri, giving her a shock. Looking at Mujino Shizuri's cowering body, Kakin Taidaku narrowed his eyes and shook his head in disdain. That's it? How boring. Mujino Shizuri gritted her teeth and used Meltdown Atom Shield on Kakin Taidaku's body. However, it was quickly disintegrated by the layer of dark matter. Mujino Shizuri was stunned for a moment before she hysterically used Meltdown Atom Shield on Kakin Taidaku's body. However, without exception, all her attacks were disintegrated 10 centimeters away from Kakin Taidaku's body. Looking at the crazed Mujino Shizuri, the disdain in Kakin Taidaku's eyes slowly disappeared. He looked at Mujino Shizuri as if he was looking at a dead person. A beam of light shot out from Kakin Taidaku's wings and landed on Mujino Shizuri's body. After a loud bang, Mujino Shizuri was sent flying by the beam and landed on the ground. Her body was covered in wounds and traces of blood were all over her body. Kakin Taidaku walked in front of Mujino Shizuri and looked down at her who was struggling to get up from the ground. He chuckled. I really don't understand. With your abilities, why did you dare to come knocking on my door? Do you have a death wish? Mujino Shizuri was silent. It's not that she didn't want to speak, it's just that she can't speak anymore. It's as if all the bones in her body have fallen off. Her throat was filled with the thick taste of blood. Her eyes have lost all light and despair filled her heart. Kakin Taidaku clicked his tongue in annoyance and turned his head to look at Frenda and Takitsubo Riku. His lips curled into an evil grin. Seeing that you're also LV5, I'll let you live and kill you last. Kakin Taidaku laughed maniacally and turned to look at Frenda and Takitsubo Riku. I'll help you take care of your subordinates first. Frenda's face was filled with shock, fear and the desire to live. She struggled to speak to Kakin Taidaku. Don't kill me. They don't want to die. Oh? Kakin Taidaku looked at Frenda in surprise and laughed. Who knows what he was laughing about? He nodded as if he understood her and laughed. Surprisingly cowardly. Fine, I'll let you live too. After saying that, Kakin Taidaku glanced at Takitsubo Riku, bent down and grabbed her by the collar, pulling her up. Laughing maniacally, Kakin Taidaku said, "If that's the case, I'll let you die first. Seeing that you were able to track me down, I wanted to let you live until the end. But your leader is a LV5, I can't let her die before you, right? Your teammates are begging for mercy, so I'll kill you first." Takitsubu Riko's tired eyes turned to Kakin Taidaku. Looking at his maniacal laughter, her eyes flickered. Memories of the past surfaced in Takitsubu Riko's mind. Takitsubu Riko realized that almost all of her memories were stored in item. Due to the negative effects of activating her ability, Takitsubu Riko spent most of her time sleeping. Other than sleeping, all she did was sleep. When she was still conscious, all of her memories were of her activating her ability and completing missions. Facing death, Takitsubu Riku went through the memories in her mind. Suddenly, she realized that her life had been so dull and boring. If I can live again, how great would that be? This time, I will definitely create my own memories. Suddenly, a scene appeared in her mind. It's different from those repetitive scenes. This time, there's a real change. It's not sleeping, it's no longer a mission, it's herself. She's lying in a man's arms, being groped all over her body. Die? Kakin Taidaku raised his hand with a sinister smile. But before he could raise his hand, it was grabbed by another hand. Let go of your filthy hands. Chapter 254. Let go of your filthy hands. A cold voice echoed in this eerily quiet place. Mujino, Shizuri, and Frenda, who are lying on the ground, are stunned. Kakin Taidaku, who was laughing crazily, also froze. A second after the voice sounded, a huge force was applied to Kakin Taidaku's hand. Intense pain was transmitted to Kakin Taidaku's mind. He subconsciously screamed in pain. Takitsubu Riku immediately opened her eyes. Her eyelids had been closed for most of her life. The speed at which she opened her eyes in the past was not as fast as this time. Therefore, Takitsubu Riku quickly saw the last image that appeared in her mind. It was a figure that looked exactly like the man in the movie. I told you to let go of your filthy hands. Didn't you hear me? As soon as he finished speaking, a fist enlarged in front of Kakin Taidaku's eyes. Before he could react, the fist landed on his face. Intense pain came from his face. This time Kakin Taidaku couldn't scream as he was sent flying. His hand that was holding onto Takitsubu Riku's collar loosened. A pair of hands pulled Takitsubu Riku's falling body into his embrace. When that unfamiliar yet familiar embrace embraced her body, Takitsubu Riku's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the face that she has only seen 3 times, she actually had the urge to cry. Takitsubu. Frenda. Kinuhata Sai saw the scene of Kakin Taidaku being sent flying. She saw Frenda lying on the ground and Takitsubu Riku being held by Wu Yen. She saw their injuries and couldn't help but scream. Mujino! When the scene of Mujino Shizuri lying on the ground entered Kinuhata Sai's eyes, Kinuhata Sai was stunned. She then ran to Frenda and looked at her and Takitsubu Riku. Are you guys super okay? Kinuhata Sai said worriedly to the two of them. She didn't expect that in the short time she was gone, her 3 companions would suffer such serious injuries. Kinuhata. Frenda weakly called out to Kinuhata Sai, but when she saw the person holding Takitsubu Riki and sending Kakin Taidaku flying with a single punch, she was shocked. It's you. What? Wu Yen looked at the shocked Frenda and said in an annoyed tone. Can't it be me? Why are you here? Frenda asked in a bewildered manner. After all, Wu Yen used to be their enemy. Kinuhata, why are you with him? Before Kinuhata Sai could say anything, Wu Yen hugged Takitsubu Riku even tighter. Looking at Takitsubu Riku, who was staring at him in a daze, he laughed. Of course I am here to save you guys. Save us. Frenda felt like her brain couldn't process what was happening. Why did you save us? In the end, aren't you our enemy? I'm your man. Wu Yen didn't hesitate to say this sentence that caused Frenda and Takitsubu Riku's brain to short-circuit. He then ignored the shocked Frenda and Takitsubu Riku and looked forward. It's you. The same sentence came out of Frenda's mouth with shock, but it came out of Kakin Taidaku's mouth with hatred. Covering his face, Kakin Taidaku stood up from the ground and looked at Wu Yen. His eyes were filled with both old and new grudges. The new grudge was naturally Wu Yen sending him flying with one punch. As for the old grudge, Kakin Taidaku knew that the man in front of him was Misaka Mikoto's man. Kakin Taidaku, Wu Yen said softly. At the same time, he shoved Takitsubo Riku into Kinohara Saiai's hands and stood up. If I remember correctly, you're the third man. Kakin Taidaku looked at Wu Yen with murderous intent. Whenever Mikoto was mentioned, he couldn't help but feel hatred. Hearing Kakin Taidaku's question, Wu Yen laughed. Third man? You seem to have remembered wrongly, I'm the second man now. Kakin Taidaku trembled. The murderous intent in his eyes was like a knife that cut into Wu Yan's body. Obviously, Wu Yen poked Kakin Taidaku's sore spot. Oi! Frenda yelled at Wu Yen in fear. Are you trying to provoke him or something? You're crazy. Even Mujino couldn't fight back against that guy. Even if you can rape Mujino, you're no match for that guy. Let's just run. Kinohara Saiai and Takitsubo Riku also looked at Wu Yen. Their eyes were filled with worry and fear. They seemed to be thinking of running away too. Wu Yen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Running on the ground is no match for flying in the sky. Besides, there's no need to run. Ignoring Kakin Taidaku's murderous intent, Wu Yen walked to Mujino Shizuri's side and looked at her struggling on the ground. You, once again, were harmed by your pride. Mujino Shizuri's pupils shrunk and a pained expression flashed through her eyes. She looked at Wu Yen while coughing. Are you here to make fun of me? If you succeed. Wu Yen shook his head. If I want to mock you, I'll have to wait until after this is over. After this is over? Mujino Shizuri smiled bitterly and looked at Kakin Taidaku. Her eyes dimmed. I don't even know if I can keep my life. I'll protect you. Wu Yan's words made Kakin Taidaku laugh. Kinohara Saiai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda were stunned. Mujino Shizuri's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. You don't understand. This dark matter is not just strong. Wu Yen waved his hand and asked. Just tell me, do you want to live or not? Mujino Shizuri answered without hesitation. Naturally, no one wants to die if they can live. Mujino Shizuri is the same. That's enough. Wu Yen glanced at Kakin Taidaku and said to Mujino Shizuri. I'll save you, but I want a reward. Mujino Shizuri turned to look at Wu Yen, as if signaling Wu Yen to state his conditions. Wu Yen smiled and looked at Kinohara Saiai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda. My reward is your 3 subordinates. Mujino Shizuri was stunned. Takitsubo Riku and Frenda were also stunned. Only Kinohara Saiai cursed silently and looked at Wu Yen without saying a word. How about it? Looking at the different expressions on the 3 girls, Wu Yen chuckled in a rather pleased manner. He then asked Mujino Shizuri with a smile. Mujino Shizuri's expression kept changing. She's not the type to care about her companions. Even if all of her companions died, she wouldn't shed a single tear or feel sad. However, with Kinohara Saiai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Rikugan, if item doesn't disband, it will be reorganized. But when she saw Kakin Taidaku's figure, Mujino Shizuri's heart trembled. She looked at Wu Yen and said, As long as you can save my life, I have no objections, Mujino. Frenda was stunned. She couldn't believe that she was sold just like that. What followed was a wave of sadness. Frenda has done a lot of things in the past. She didn't expect that this time, it would be her turn to be sold. As for the other 2 girls, it's a completely different story. Kinohara gnashed her teeth and looked at Wu Yen as if she wanted to take a bite out of him. Takitsubo Riku's eyes flashed with surprise. Can I follow him from now on? All of this, Wu Yen, who thought he only had half of Kinohara Saiai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda, didn't know that his battle results have changed from half to 1.5. Now that Mujino Shizuri agreed, Wu Yen couldn't help but smile. His gaze towards Kakin Taidaku also gradually turned cold. In item, other than Aunt Mujino, who is having menopause and throwing tantrums every day, the other 3 are all his favorites. They're all his targets. When he saw Takitsubo Riku and Frenda's miserable state, Wu Yen had already decided to bestow Kakin Taidaku a glorious death. Chapter 255. Kakin Taidaku has been standing aside since the beginning, quietly waiting for Wu Yen and Mujino Shizuri to finish their conversation. He doesn't seem to care about anything. Only Kakin Taidaku himself knew how much of a storm was blowing in his heart. Kakin Taidaku has sworn more than once that he will make Misaka Mikoto, the woman who humiliated him and pulled him down from his pedestal, suffer a fate worse than death. However, every time Kakin Taidaku wanted to take revenge on Mikoto, the orange beam that shot through the sky would flash across his mind. The beam that killed him in an instant. That orange light was like a demon in Kakin Taidaku's heart. Whenever he thought of that orange light, Kakin Taidaku's hatred would vanish as if it had been struck by that orange light. In other words, Kakin Taidaku is afraid. At least, before he finds a way to counter that orange beam, Kakin Taidaku is destined to hide from Mikoto for the rest of his life. However, Wu Yan's appearance and his words have caused all the hatred in Kakin Taidaku's heart to erupt. He can't deal with the railgun, but can't he deal with her man? She wondered what kind of expression the third person would have on the face of the man who had killed her. It's obvious that Kakin Taidaku hasn't recovered from the fact that he was pulled down to the third person. He's imagining things as if he's trying to escape. After making up his mind, Kakin Taidaku no longer cared about Wu Yan's words. He calmly waited for Wu Yan and Mujino Shizuri to finish their conversation. Kakin Taidaku chuckled when Wu Yan turned around to look at him. "Are you done with your work? If not, you can continue, I don't mind waiting." In Kakin Taidaku's heart, the man in front of him is only Misaka Mikoto's man. Nothing else is worth mentioning. Kakin Taidaku has investigated Wu Yan's identity before. Level 0, powerless, hooligan. If Wu Yan didn't have Misaka Mikoto as his backer, Kakin Taidaku wouldn't even bother to look at him. Kakin Taidaku thinks that killing Wu Yan is a piece of cake. However, Kakin Taidaku has already forgotten the last time he said that it was a piece of cake. Oh, is that so? Wu Yan saw the nonchalance in Kakin Taidaku's eyes. He smiled faintly and said to Kakin Taidaku's astonished gaze, "But I do mind." Wu Yan chuckled and tilted his head. He looked at Kakin Taidaku and said, "I don't have that much time to waste with you. It's already dark and my wives are waiting for me for dinner." He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. Frenda pulled her beret tightly to cover her eyes, as if she couldn't bear to watch any longer. It was fine if he didn't want to escape, it was fine if he wanted to fight, but why was he courting death? Takitsubu Riku and Kinohita Sai looked at Wu Yan worriedly. Even Mujino Shizuri felt gloomy. She thought that Wu Yan will be chopped into pieces by Kakin Taidaku. Kakin Taidaku chuckled, but his eyes didn't have the slightest hint of a smile. Wu Yan's words didn't fail to infuriate him. "You seem to be very confident in yourself. But do you think the third Misaka Mikoto will come and save you?" Wu Yan looked at Kakin Taidaku with a half-smile. Mujino Shizuri, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were shocked to see Wu Yan facing Kakin Taidaku was like. It was exactly the same as when Kakin Taidaku faced them in the first place. That's a sign that he doesn't put Kakin Taidaku in his eyes. Tapping his chin, Wu Yan shrugged. "Mikoto isn't here. I'm the only one here. You don't have to be afraid." Afraid? Kakin Taidaku was so angry that he laughed. "You said I'm afraid?" "You didn't hear wrong." Wu Yan took out a coin from his pocket. Kakin Taidaku's pupils shrunk as he held it in his hand. "I did say that you're afraid. Am I wrong?" "The third. You're courting death," Kakin Taidaku said to Wu Yan with a gloomy expression. His eyes kept looking at the coin in Wu Yan's hand. There was a flash of fear in his eyes. That fear disappeared quickly, but Wu Yan still caught it. Wu Yan was slightly stunned. He looked at the coin in his hand and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he realized something. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned and he came up with a plan. Beep, beep, beep. A burst of blue-white electric light appeared on Wu Yan's body. The electric current screeched crazily and made a sharp sound like glass being scraped. The blue-white electric current filled Wu Yan's entire body. What? Kikine Taidaku was shocked. Looking at the electric current on Wu Yan's body, he shouted in shock, "This is impossible. Aren't you a powerless person? Could it be that you're hiding your abilities?" If Wu Yan was just a powerless person who hid his ability, Kikine Taidaku wouldn't be so shocked. However, the familiar blue-white electric current and the relationship between Wu Yan and that person made Kikine Taidaku shocked. Looking at Kikine Taidaku's shocked expression, Wu Yan was even more certain of his guess. He tossed the coin in his hand and smiled at Kikine Taidaku. "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Kikine Taidaku's face was completely dark. Anger flashed in his eyes. Wu Yan's words made Kikine Taidaku forget about Wu Yan's ability. Kikine Taidaku snorted coldly, flapped his wings, and flew up into the sky. He laughed coldly and said, "Is it similar to the railgun? That's an electric power. No wonder the two of you are together, but..." Kikine Taidaku looked at Wu Yan and said with a fake smile, "You can't use the railgun." Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a strange light. He looked at Kikine Taidaku and didn't say anything. He raised his hand and the electric current on his body flowed towards the coin in Wu Yan's hand. Kikine Taidaku's pupils shrunk when he saw this familiar yet nightmarish scene. He pretended to be calm and told himself that this was impossible. However, what happened next made Kikine Taidaku's handsome face turn green. The coin in his hand glowed white as the electricity flowed through it. It turned into a tiny white. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned golden. Kinohita Sai, Takitsubo Riku, Frenda, and Mujino Shizuri who were watching Wu Yan were stunned. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were enough to make them suspicious. Now that they turned gold, it was extremely strange. As for Kikine Taidaku, when he saw the token in Wu Yan's hand, he couldn't help but shudder. A sense of dread crept into his heart. He screamed, "Oh no," in his mind. The next second, the railgun's orange beam shot towards Kikine Taidaku with lightning speed. Kikine Taidaku, Mujino Shizuri, Kinohita Sai, Takitsubo Riku, and Frenda were all shocked. Super electromagnetic gun. Everyone exclaimed in unison. Instinctively, Kikine Taidaku waved his hand, and 3 layers of dark matter appeared in front of him. Then, he saw the railgun coming towards him, and he dodged to the side like his life depended on it. Wu Yan smiled. If Kikine Taidaku looked closely, he would notice that his railgun was nothing compared to Mikoto's railgun last time. His railgun was not enough to break through Kikine Taidaku's layer of dark matter, let alone 3 layers. There was no need for him to dodge. This proved that Kikine Taidaku was afraid of the railgun. Chapter 256. The railgun swept past Kikine Taidaku's original position, and he easily dodged it. However, Kikine Taidaku's face was still filled with shock. It was as if the beam that he easily dodged was some kind of terrifying thing. It was hard to understand. Kikine Taidaku didn't realize that the railgun was no match for Mikoto's railgun in terms of speed and power. He looked at Wu Yan and gritted his teeth. "Why do you know how to use railgun? Isn't that Misaka Mikoto's skill?" Wu Yan had a faint smile on his face the whole time. He looked at Kikine Taidaku who was still in a state of shock. His eyes flashed with a playful glint. He waved his hand and he took out another coin and kept it in his hand. "Who knows? You bastard." Kikine Taidaku slowly put away the shock on his face. Instead, it was replaced by anger. The 6 pairs of wings on his back spread out. Instantly, each of the wings glowed with white light. Following that, 6 pure white beams of light shot out from the 6 wings. These 6 pure white light beams were facing the 6 super railgun cannons that were already right in front of them. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the railgun to be fired so easily. The railgun tore through the pure white light beams and headed straight for Kikine Taidaku. Kikine Taidaku looked at the 6 railguns and felt that they were not a threat to him. Still, he could not help but feel a little scared. In the end, Kikine Taidaku chose to dodge. With his wings, he was very agile in the air. Even though the railgun was 3 times the speed of sound, Kikine Taidaku still managed to dodge it. Seeing that Kakin Taidaku dodged his railgun, Wu Yen didn't care. He took out another coin and shot it at Kakin Taidaku. Wu Yen turned into a cannon and fired the railgun. Kakin Taidaku kept flapping his wings and dodging the railgun. Kakin Taidaku didn't realize that he was getting further and further away from the railgun as he dodged the railgun. Mujino Shizuri, Kinhada Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were looking at Wu Yen numbly. They felt that something was off. The railgun can't do anything to Kakin Taidaku. Why is Wu Yen still wasting time and energy on useless things? Also, Kakin Taidaku was so strong just a moment ago. Why was he being pushed back by the railgun that wasn't much of a threat? Kakin Taidaku, on the other hand, started to feel that something was off. He realized that these railguns weren't as strong as the railgun Misaka Mikoto used. That's right. His eyes flickered. In the end, Kakin Taidaku didn't choose to take the railgun head-on. He flapped his wings and dodged the railgun while flying away from the ground. When Kakin Taidaku's body became a dot in the sky, Wu Yen smiled in satisfaction and stopped firing the railgun. Wu Yen extended his hands and his fingers started to glow with electricity. The electricity turned into electricity and under Wu Yan's control, it drilled into the ground. In the next second, small iron particles started to float up from the ground and wrapped around Wu Yan's limbs. Looking at Mujino Shizuri, Kinhada Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku, Wu Yen chuckled and said, "Wait here for a bit. It'll be over soon." Ignoring the reactions of the four girls, Wu Yen floated up from the ground and flew towards Kakin Taidaku like a rocket. Kakin Taidaku let out a sigh of relief when he realized that the railgun was no longer firing. However, before he could relax, a figure appeared in front of him like a cannonball. A familiar face appeared in front of him. Kakin Taidaku's expression changed. He didn't expect his opponent to be able to fly. A hand grabbed Kakin Taidaku's collar and threw him even higher into the sky. Kakin T2 was tumbling in the sky. His face was filled with anger. After all, he had been tricked by this guy who he didn't even put in his eyes. Kakin Taidaku steadied himself and spread his 6 wings. White light flashed and a beam of light shot out. Wu Yan's golden eyes narrowed and he leaped into the air like he's walking on solid ground. He left behind afterimages as he dodged the pure white beams. Then he dashed towards Kakin Taidaku. The wings on his back flapped again. This time, it wasn't white light but black light. The black light spun around the wings and turned into a few black flames. They followed the beam of light and attacked Wu Yen. Wu Yan's expression changed when he sensed the presence coming from the black flame. He changed direction and with a quick dash, he dodged the flame. However, as Wu Yen changed direction, the black flames also changed direction and chased after Wu Yen. Wu Yen was surprised. Kakin Taidaku laughed coldly, and a mocking smile appeared on his face. It was too easy to add a tracking property to his dark matter. Smell, aura, airflow, all of these could be the target of his dark matter. Wu Yen looked at the sneering Kakin Taidaku and then he turned to look at the ground. Seeing that he can't see the ground anymore, Wu Yen grinned. The black flames caught up with Wu Yen at an unimaginable speed. Just as it was about to hit Wu Yen, it was entangled by a large amount of electricity. The blue and white electricity collided with the black flames. There was a muffled sound and then it dissipated into sparks. An acceleration. Wu Yen quickly approached Kakin Taidaku and suddenly stopped. He looked at Kakin Taidaku. His golden eyes were like still water. There was no emotion in them. It was as if he was looking at a person who was about to die. Kakin Taidaku frowned and looked at Wu Yen who suddenly stopped. He laughed. "What? You don't want to fight anymore? You think you can just let it go like this?" Wu Yen smiled and looked at the vast sky. He said to Kakin Taidaku, "This place is not bad, right?" Kakin Taidaku was shocked. He shook his head and laughed. "I didn't expect you to be in the mood to admire the environment. Are you trying to stall for time? Or have you already informed Misaka Mikoto and she is coming to save you?" "No, I said from the beginning that I am the only one here. There is no need to stall for time." Wu Yen shook his head and floated in the air. His golden eyes shone with an intriguing light as he looked at Kakin Taidaku. I just think that this environment is not bad. If I let you die here, die? Kakin Taidaku chuckled. His laughter got louder and louder. Soon, his laughter echoed in the dark sky. Are you saying that you want to kill me here? Ha! This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. Kakin Taidaku raised his hands. In the sky, countless black dots appeared around him. They were like black fireflies. They circled around Kakin Taidaku and flowed into his hands. The black dots gathered in Kakin Taidaku's palms. As the black dots flowed in, 2 black balls of light appeared in Kakin Taidaku's hands. Kakin Taidaku raised the 2 black balls of light and laughed. He looked at Wu Yan and said, I would like to see how you are going to kill me. You will find out soon enough. A transparent bow appeared in Wu Yan's hands. Chapter 257. It looks like a pair of black crystal wings. The bow is transparent, but inside it, there is a star-like glow. The first time someone sees it, they will have this thought in their mind. Elegant, beautiful, full of charm. Seeing such a beautiful bow for the first time, Kakin Taidaku was stunned. He stared at the elegant bow and couldn't move his eyes away. Even the black ball of light in his hand almost couldn't be maintained. That was the meteor knight that had repeatedly achieved merit. Wu Yan raised the meteor knight and stroked the body of the bow. The meteor knight is beautiful. Even Wu Yan, the owner, has the urge to touch it every day. Wu Yan said to Kakin Taidaku while touching the meteor knight. You know what? Actually, I have a headache when I face you. Kakin Taidaku flinched and he looked away from the meteor shower. He looked at Wu Yan and he coldly sneered. What's the matter? Are you regretting it now? Too bad. Do you think I will let you go? Glancing at Kakin Taidaku, Wu Yan shook his head with a smile. He raised his head and he continued. Your intangible matter can create new substances, not ordinary substances or undiscovered substances, but substances that didn't exist in this world to begin with. By creating these substances, you can set the physical and chemical properties of these substances. Kakin Taidaku frowned and looked at Wu Yan coldly. He was confused. He didn't understand why Wu Yan would explain his ability at a time like this. By creating dimensional substance that doesn't belong to this world and giving it properties, you can control it to fly, defend, and attack. You can even create strong winds, shockwaves, and light beams. From a certain perspective, you can be considered omnipotent. Dimensional substance. Kakin Taidaku felt irritated when he saw Wu Yan talking to himself and analyzing his ability. He even felt uneasy. Kakin Taidaku suppressed his irritation and said coldly to Wu Yan. You know it pretty well. That's right. My dimensional substance is that powerful. Even if you know it, what's the point? What's the point of saying all this? Psychological warfare? I'm sorry, but you are destined to fail. It's very powerful. Dimensional substance. Kakin Taidaku's expression darkened as he listened to Wu Yan's monologue. He can see that Wu Yan has no intention of talking to him. Kakin Taidaku was furious. He threw the black orb at Wu Yan. The black balls fell from the sky, bringing with them traces of sparks. They looked like 2 black meteorites, at least on the surface. And the power, even if it was not as strong as a meteorite, was definitely enough to crush a person into powder. Wu Yan only glanced at the 2 black balls with such terrifying power. Then, a black wave that looked like a giant wave of the ocean suddenly appeared in front of Wu Yan from the distant ground and rolled in front of him. The huge black wave rolled and surged. As the iron sand wave surged, countless iron sand swords began to condense with a purpose, pointing at the attacking black ball from afar. Accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, the iron sand swords were thrown out. In the vast night sky, the swords were divided into 2 groups, shooting towards the 2 black balls respectively. The black orbs and the black swords met. One side had countless swords while the other side only had 2. However, the meeting was like the meeting of 2 powerful armies. The black orbs were 2 generals who had always been victorious. They moved freely in the huge army formed by the Black Swords. Wherever they passed, the soldiers formed by the Black Swords were like fragile glass, smashed into pieces. In a short period of time, the soldiers formed by the Black Swords were retreating in defeat. Their numbers were also decreasing. As long as they were hit by the two victorious black balls, they would immediately scatter into primitive iron sand and be toyed around by the two victorious generals. If the black balls were like two victorious generals who had fallen into an army's lair, then the terrifying number of black swords would be like ants that were about to bite an elephant. They would bite down on the two powerful but clumsy elephants one after another. Even if the charging ants were trampled to death by the elephants, new ants would immediately replace them from behind. Gradually, under the biting of numerous ants, the two elephants began to lose strength. Even though the number of ants that died under their feet was uncountable, the new ants were slowly nibbling away at their lives bit by bit, slowly bringing them to their end. In the end, the victorious general killed an entire army and died from exhaustion. In the end, the ants finally bit the huge elephant to death, but they themselves also died out. In the end, only the masters of the two armies were left. They faced each other without any injuries. However, one of them was calm while the other looked a little pale. Wu Yan smiled faintly. His golden pupils landed on Kakin Taidaku. Looking at the layer of black dark matter in front of him, Wu Yan said softly, "Kakin Taidaku, do you know why I said so much?" Wu Yan didn't seem to want Kakin Taidaku to answer. He immediately said something that made Kakin Taidaku laugh. "That's because I can't do anything to your dark origin substance either." Wu Yan shook his head helplessly. Even Yujino Shizuri's meltdown atom and my super railgun couldn't tear apart your layer of dark matter. What can I do? Kakin Taidaku's expression changed when he heard Wu Yan say that his railgun couldn't tear through your dark matter. He seemed a little upset that he was afraid of Wu Yan's railgun. Wu Yan noticed Kakin Taidaku's upset expression. Wu Yan smiled and said, "Looks like you're really scared by Mikoto's railgun." Wu Yan raised the meteor shower in his hand. There was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This Meteor Knight was originally my trump card, but I didn't expect to use it twice in just a few days. Now, I'm taking it out again. How ironic. Wu Yan smiled as he looked at Kakin Taidaku's expression. His lips curled into a cold smirk. "Do you know why I said so much?" Kakin Taidaku flinched and he frowned. Wu Yan snickered when he saw this. "That's because I'm trying to lure you away from the ground." Kakin Taidaku was shocked. At this moment, he finally realized that under his feet, not far from the layer of dark elemental substance that wrapped around his body, there was a thin layer of iron sand supporting him, slowly lifting him up. When Kakin Taidaku looked down at his feet, Wu Yan raised the meteor shower in his hand. Starlight began to gather in the night sky. Silver light began to appear. An arrow made of starlight condensed into the shape of an arrow. Be it the super railgun, the iron sand, or the analysis of the dark matter, all of them are meant to lead you to a higher place. A cold voice sounded. Following that was a flash of starlight and a terrifying aura that caused Kakin Taidaku's expression to change. It came from the meteor shower and enveloped his body. Because the arrow was pointed at the pale-faced Kakin Taidaku. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed. If I use my meteor shower in Academy City, it will destroy the entire city. A meteor was released from the meteor shower. It pierced through space, through heaven and earth. At the same time, it pierced through Kakin Taidaku's weak body. When Kakin Taidaku regained his senses, the dark matter in front of him had disappeared. All that was left was a bloody hole in his chest. Chapter 258. Starlight exploded in the dark night sky. The arrow that turned into a meteor pierced through the sky and shot towards the distant horizon. After an unknown amount of time, a soft sound rang out and a destructive energy spread out from the distant horizon. It passed through the void and ripples appeared on the horizon. As the ripples spread out, the clouds in the night sky were like ice cubes placed in high temperature. They were quickly extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ripples were like waves of fire that swept across the entire sky. In an instant, the temperature of the land seemed to have increased by quite a bit. Under the night sky, Academy City. Countless people stood foolishly on the streets. They lifted their heads and looked at the night sky. The starlight was like a beautiful firework exploding. Even though they were separated by the distance between heaven and earth, the powerful pressure still caused everyone to feel a wave of helplessness in their hearts. In the huge Academy City, the people who raised their heads to look at the night sky were all silent. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, as if they didn't understand what this firework, which was so beautiful that it made people unable to have the heart to appreciate it, was. Maintaining his shooting posture, Wu Yan looked through the bloody hole in Kakin Taidaku's chest. He looked at the sky where the arrow was shot and felt the familiar power. He slowly put down the meteor shower in his hand. Ugh, ugh. Kakin Taidaku was like a drowning man. He made a soft sound, but his throat didn't have any strength. Kakin Taidaku was like a robot. He slowly lowered his head. The center of his body had already disappeared, but not a single drop of blood flowed out. Inside the huge bloody hole, the surroundings had already been burnt to a crisp, not allowing the liquid in his body to flow out. Kakin Taidaku opened his eyes wide when he saw the bloody hole. He reached out his hand as if he wanted to touch it. An intense pain came from his chest, as if he had only just realized it. Kakin Taidaku looked at Wu Yan, who is not far away from him. His mind is filled with pain. Regret flashed through his mind. He regretted that he underestimated his opponent. He regretted that he provoked them. Unfortunately, Wu Yan's system doesn't have an item like the regret potion. Kakin Taidaku couldn't find a potion like this to give him a second chance. Kakin Taidaku's consciousness is fading away. Kakin Taidaku's outstretched hand went from his chest to Wu Yan's position as if he wanted to grab hold of something. Kakin Taidaku slowly closed his eyes as he lowered his outstretched hand. The wings on Kakin Taidaku's back turned into feathers and scattered. Kakin Taidaku's life force was completely gone. His body was falling down, but before he could fall 1 meter, he was caught by a hand. Wu Yan flipped his hand and the meteor shower disappeared. His golden eyes turned red. Wu Yan wiped the sweat off his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Wu Yan and Kakin Taidaku were having a good time. Wu Yan was having a good time. It was the opposite. Wu Yan was having a hard time. He could find a way to counter Accelerator's reflection, but Kakin Taidaku's dark matter was just like what Wu Yan said. He couldn't do anything about it. The layer of dark matter that can decompose anything has restricted all of Wu Yan's attacks. Wu Yan couldn't hurt Kakin Taidaku at all. If he didn't have the meteor shower, Wu Yan could only fight to a draw with Kakin Taidaku. Luckily, he had the meteor shower, so he could destroy Kakin Taidaku with brute force like Mikoto. But Wu Yan smiled as he looked at Kakin Taidaku's body. Sure enough, it was a wise decision to exchange for the meteor shower. On the ground, Kinuta Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubo Riku raised their heads and looked at the beautiful meteor shower in the sky. They were stunned. What happened to that guy? Frenda couldn't find the right words to describe what she saw, so she wisely changed the topic to Wu Yan. Finally, the stunned Kinuta Sai and Takitsubo Riku woke up. He should be super fine. It's been so long. If that guy was super killed, the dark matter would have returned a long time ago. Takitsubo Riku nodded when she heard Kinuta Sai's words. She looked at the sky and clenched her fists. After going through the gates of hell, Takitsubo Riku seemed to have changed a lot. Kinuta Sai and Frenda couldn't pinpoint the exact changes, but they felt that Takitsubo Riku seemed to have become more hardworking. She's no longer the tired and sleepy person she used to be. Instead, she treasured the time she had when her eyes were open. Only Takitsubo Riku herself knew that she didn't just change her appearance. Her heart changed a lot as well. At least, a certain guy who took advantage of the situation and played the hero to save the damsel in distress has made Takitsubo Riku very concerned. Hey, Kinuta, Takitsubo. Frenda suddenly turned to look at Kinuta Sai and Takitsubo Riku. She asked them sneakily, "Should we be like Mujino and run away?" Hearing this, Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku shook their heads without hesitation. Frenda was surprised and asked, "Why?" Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku choked. They didn't know why, but they just didn't want to run away. Seeing this, Frenda couldn't help but get angry and jumped 2 to 3 meters high. "If we don't run away now, when the dark matter returns, we won't be able to escape anymore." As soon as she finished speaking, Frenda saw Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku's expression change to one of joy as they looked behind her, as if there was something worth being surprised about. Frenda grabbed her beret and said anxiously, "Why don't you guys say something? Just run with me." Hearing Frenda's words, Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku retracted their joy and looked at Frenda with a weird expression. There was even a hint of pity in their eyes. Frenda couldn't help but let out a strange as she looked at Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku's expression. She didn't know if they were scared out of their wits. "Where do you think you're going?" Before Frenda could ask, a voice came from behind her, causing her to stiffen. She swallowed the words she was about to say. Swallowing her saliva, Frenda laughed dryly. Hearing that familiar voice, she said embarrassedly, "It can't be." Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku nodded at the same time, confirming one of Frenda's guesses. Cold sweat dripped down Frenda's face. Creaking sounds came from her neck as if she was a doll. Frenda turned her head with much difficulty and saw a face with a faint smile. A face with a smile yet not a smile, a face with cold sweat. The two faces looked at each other and didn't say anything for a long time. After a long while, Frenda smiled brilliantly and tilted her head. Her little fist lightly knocked on her head, and she closed her little eyes. Her tongue also stuck out mischievously, and she let out a cry. Coupled with her beautiful face, she was simply adorable to the extreme. But this move was mercilessly destroyed by a certain someone. He raised his hand and also knocked on Frenda's head. But this time it's not a light, but a heavy one. It's useless to act cute. Thus, a certain creature that was acting cute immediately cried out in pain, covered its head, and used its acting cute skill. With tears hanging from the corners of its eyes, it squatted on the ground. Chapter 259. Looking at Frenda, who is squatting on the ground and clutching her head with a teardrop at the corner of her eye, Wu Yen felt a sense of guilt and he couldn't help but turn his head away. He has to admit, at this moment, he was really touched by her cuteness. Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku didn't seem surprised by Frenda's antics. They ignored Frenda, who was trying to act cute, as they looked at Wu Yen. Soon, they saw Kakin Taidaku's body in Wu Yen's hand. Kinohita Sai and Takitsubo Riku were stunned. Even Frenda, who was squatting on the ground and sneaking glances at Wu Yen and Kakin Taidaku's body, had the same expression. Did you really take care of him?" Kinohita Sai's mouth formed an O shape. She looked at Kakin Taidaku's body in disbelief. If even Kinohita Sai is like this, Takitsubo Riku and Frenda would be even more shocked. Kinohita Sai only heard about Kakin Taidaku's strength from Wu Yen, but Takitsubo Riku and Frenda have personally witnessed and experienced how terrifying Kakin Taidaku is. Even the LV5 Mujino Shizuri couldn't harm a single hair on his body, but now, he was killed by this man in front of them. Furthermore, this person was also completely unharmed. Just how strong is this person? At this moment, Takitsubo Riku and Frenda were so shocked by this reality that their minds went blank. It's cute to see the three beauties in a daze in front of him, but at the same time, it makes him feel helpless. That's how he feels. Looking at the three girls' exaggerated expressions, he couldn't help but sigh. "Do you need to do this?" Rolling his eyes at Kinohita Sai, Takitsubo Riku and Frenda, Wu Yen casually threw Kakin Taidaku's body on the ground. Kakin Taidaku's body fell to the ground mercilessly. At the same time, it hit the hearts of the three girls, causing their hearts to beat violently. Looking at the two gaping holes in Kakin Taidaku's chest, the three women couldn't help but shiver. It wasn't that they hadn't seen a crueler death, but how could this be compared? Kakin Taidaku, who killed Mujino Shizuri, was different from those who died in the past. There was no comparison at all. Kinohita Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku looked at each other. They don't know what kind of expression they should use to face this reality. Wu Yen looked around and frowned. He asked the three girls, "Where is Mujino Shizuri?" The three girls acted like they didn't hear anything. They were still staring at Kakin Taidaku's body as if they were trying to determine the authenticity of the body with their eyes. Very silly. Sighing helplessly, Wu Yen mercilessly gave them a flick on the head. After 3 moans of pain, there were 3 more Mo creatures kneeling on the ground and acting cute. "I say, where is Mujino Shizuri?" This time, the 3 girls finally heard Wu Yan's words. They looked at each other and finally, Kinohara Sai raised her hand weakly. Mujino, she ran away. Ran away? Wu Yen was stunned. He looked at the 3 girls in shock. When he saw that they didn't seem to be lying, he shrugged helplessly. Seeing this, Frenda smiled embarrassedly. Mujino didn't believe that you could deal with the dark matter. So when you flew away with the dark matter, Mujino took the opportunity to escape. Wu Yan's mouth twitched. He knew that he was looked down upon, but he didn't expect Mujino Shizuri to be so good at seizing opportunities. Wu Yan didn't really care. Mujino Shizuri wasn't his target anyway. She may look good, but with her temper, Wu Yan didn't dare to compliment her. She just ran away and didn't care about you guys? Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku's face fell as they helplessly said, "Yeah, when Mujino left, she didn't even say goodbye to us and just left. This Mujino Shizuri, she really wasn't someone who cared about her companions." If that's the case, Wu Yen crossed his arms and glanced at Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku from the corner of his eyes. He smiled at them and said, "Well then, come home with me." Huh? Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku were stunned for a moment before regaining their senses. Before the battle, Wu Yen mentioned the reward. The 3 girls blushed and Kinohara Sai jumped up. "Who wants to go home with you? You super pervert. I'm super telling you. Don't you dare have any ideas about us." "Oh." Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. "So, you guys want to go back on your word?" Kinohara Sai choked and shouted, "That's what Mujino Chao promised you, not us." Wu Yen looked at Kinohara Sai in surprise. "Aren't you guys her subordinates? She sold you guys to me. Are you going to refute? Is the dark ops really that transparent?" This time, Kinohara Sai was speechless. The dark ops have done a lot of human trafficking. If they were transparent, those people who were traded would have been long gone. But human trafficking isn't something that can be written in black and white. In the past, human trafficking was done directly. If the goods didn't comply, the dark ops in charge of selling them would clean them up. Kinohara Sai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku are dark ops members. They didn't think that Mujino Shizuri would clean them up for Wu Yen. Thus, Kinohara Sai decided to act shamelessly. "That's right. Without our consent, don't even think about us following you." Wu Yen was speechless. Kinohara Sai acted so shamelessly, what else can he do? But, in terms of shamelessness, Kinohara Sai found the wrong opponent. Rubbing his chin, Wu Yen smiled and said, "So, as long as you guys agree, there won't be any problems?" Kinohara Sai paused for a moment before putting her hands on her waist and said, "Of course, since we've super agreed, there won't be any problems." Wu Yen nodded in satisfaction. His eyes turned to Frenda and narrowed. A hint of threat filled his eyes, causing Frenda to tremble. "Hey, you'll agree, right?" Wu Yen beamed. Frenda felt a strong sense of danger when she saw his smile. She felt a strong sense of danger coming her way. Trembling, Frenda crossed her arms and wanted to refuse. But looking at Kakin Taidaku's corpse on the ground and Wu Yan's eyes, she couldn't find the courage to do so. Under Wu Yan's gaze, Frenda forced a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Of course, it's my honor to be able to follow my lord." Wu Yen laughed in victory while Kinohara Sai looked at Frenda with a dumbfounded expression. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. How could she forget about this super cowardly girl? Kinohara Sai glared fiercely at Frenda, puffed out her chest and said loudly, "Even if Frenda surrenders, Takitsubu and I will never agree." Takitsubo Riku sneaked a glance at Wu Yen and raised her hand weakly. She said timidly, what's wrong? Takitsubo? Kinohidasai looked at her strangely. Wu Yen and Frenda also looked at her at the same time. Looking at the 3 pairs of eyes on her, Takitsubo Riku closed her eyes and mustered her courage to say, I also agree. What? Kinohidasai, Frenda, and even Wu Yen shouted in shock. Kinohidasai reacted and stomped her feet. Takitsubo, are you super crazy? You super pervert. I'll super eat you up. Takitsubo Riku blushed and glanced at Wu Yen. She lowered her head and didn't say anything. She tapped her fingers together and looked like a shy girl. The 3 of them were stunned. Is this still the same powerless beauty? Chapter 260. One has to admit that Takitsubo Riku is a great beauty. Not only is she beautiful, even her figure is far beyond the reach of these 2 cute girls. It's just that she's always in a daze and can't even squeeze out a bit of energy. It makes people feel tired for her, but she still managed to get the title of a powerless beauty, and yet, such a girl is acting so shy right now. Not to mention Kinohidasai and Frenda who are familiar with Takitsubo Riku, even Wu Yan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Dumbfounded, other than dumbfounded, there's nothing else to be dumbfounded about. Takitsubo Riku's current state is clearly that of a young girl in love. And the person in love seems to be himself. Wu Yan's heart is already rippling. Even he himself doesn't know when he became this godly character. Could it be the protagonist's aura? Or the Crystal Palace's aura? But with this, Frenda and Takitsubo Riku both agreed. What's left is, how is it? Little girl, they've all agreed. Wu Yen grinned at Kinohidasai. Now you're all alone. Hearing this, Kinohidasai clenched her fists tightly. Looking at Frenda and Takitsubo Riku, her eyes were filled with resentment for not living up to her expectations. You 2 are really crazy. Don't you know what this super pervert is planning? Kinohidasai gnashed her teeth as she glared at Wu Yen. Looking at his smiling face, Kinohidasai really wanted to punch him. She wanted to punch him in the face, especially when she's wearing a nitrogen armor. She wanted to make sure his face turns into a peach blossom. But when she said, planning, Kinohidasai's face turned red. Because she was the first one to experience that, planning, even though it was only her first kiss, Takitsubo Riku's face also turned red, causing the other 3 to be stunned once again. Hearing Kinohidasai's words, Takitsubo Riku didn't say anything and continued to lower her head. From the looks of it, she didn't intend to change her mind. Frenda opened her mouth as if she had some objections, but after some hesitation, she swallowed her words back into her stomach. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. If possible, Frenda really wanted to shout at Wu Yen, "Can you not look at me with such a fierce gaze?" Looking at Takitsubo Riku and Frenda going silent again, Kinohidasai stomped her feet in anger. She was about to cry. She never knew that her 2 best friends were so easily taken in by someone else. Kinohidasai could only droop her shoulders dejectedly as she screamed, "It's up to you. In any case, I will never agree to it." Wu Yen raised his eyebrows, his pair of wine-red eyes moved closer to Kinohidasai's face as he said in a strange tone, "Oh? Is that so? Looks like I didn't leave a deep impression on you." Kinohidasai jumped in fright at the sight of those sinister eyes. She quickly backed away. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Kinohidasai's face turned bright red. Biting her lips, Kinohidasai threw caution to the wind and shouted, "Since even if I super follow you, I'll be super eaten by you sooner or later, and I'll be super eaten whenever I want to be super eaten. Why don't we super do it now and get everything over with?" Wu Yen almost fell to the ground. He looked at Kinohidasai helplessly. This Kinohidasai, isn't she a little too spicy? Sure enough, the biggest problem is this Kinohidasai, with Takitsubo Riku, Frenda, and Jusama who is also one of Wu Yan's targets. The requirements for Mission 3 are met. However, if he let Kinohidasai go, he wouldn't be Wu Yen anymore. Wu Yen immediately took a few steps closer to Kinohidasai. Kinohidasai was shocked. She reflexively retreated, But very quickly, a pair of large hands pulled her petite body into a familiar embrace. Kinudasai was shocked. She immediately swung her small fist towards Wu Yan's face. However, a small electric current flowed from Wu Yan's hand into her petite body, causing her body to go numb and her hand to stop. Wu Yan pretended to shake his head regretfully and said, "All right, since you said so, I'll reluctantly agree to your request." Hearing this, Kinudasai was stunned. When she regained her senses, Kinudasai said in disbelief, "You can't really be planning to." Wu Yan let out a sinister laugh. One of his hands quickly slid down. Very quickly, a petite petal fell into Wu Yan's palm, causing Kinudasai and the two girls beside her to be shocked. Frenda shrunk her head timidly and said embarrassedly, "In the end, he can't be thinking of doing Kinuda here, right?" Even though this sentence was soft, it was heard by Kinudasai, who was in the middle of hugging her sister. Her body stiffened. She looked at the silent Wu Yan and exploded. "Super, let go of me. You super pervert. Super pervert. Super H creature. Super, let go of me." Kinudasai struggled with all her might. She had already chosen to forget the fact that she had never been able to escape from Wu Yan's embrace before. It was obvious that Frenda's words had scared her. Even though she said to settle everything with one shot, if Kinudasai really wanted to do it, how could Kinudasai possibly do it? Not to mention in a place like this, with two pairs of bright eyes watching them. Furthermore, even though she hadn't known Wu Yan for long and the number of times she had met him can be counted with one hand, Kinudasai had already seen through Wu Yan's true colors. If she really pissed him off, he would definitely do something like this. If Wu Yan knew about his image in Kinudasai's heart, he would definitely find a piece of tofu and kill himself. One has to admit that Kinudasai's eyes were bright as snow. Wu Yan rubbed Kinudasai's breasts, causing her to lose some of her strength in her struggle. He looked at Kinudasai with disdain and laughed. "What's wrong?" "Kinudasai, didn't you say that you wanted to go straight to the point? Why are you backing out now?" Hearing that, Kinudasai was furious. "Then why don't you super choose a place for me?" Wu Yan shook his head and said righteously, "How can I do that? My wives are still waiting for me to go back for dinner. It's already dark. Where would I have the time to choose a place?" Kinudasai was stunned. "You already have super wives at home and you're still thinking about taking advantage of us? How can there be such a shameless person like you in this world?" Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and rubbed Kinudasai's breasts. With a serious face, he said, "Of course, the more wives I have, the better." Kinudasai's veins were popping out as she endured the burning sensation from her breasts. She stopped talking to this shameless person and started a new round of struggle. But soon she froze again. The reason, of course, was the hand that moved away from her breasts and started moving towards her breasts. Before Kinudasai could even make a sound, a familiar warmth had already wrapped itself around her petite little bunny. With a forceful squeeze, all the words that Kinudasai wanted to say turned into a soft moan. Frenda and Takitsubo Riku had already covered their eyes with their hands. Their faces were bright red, but the gaps between their fingers were wider than their mouths. Inside her originally loose clothes, a large hand was moving back and forth between her breasts, causing her clothes to bulge. Kinudasai's face was already flushed red. When the other hand reached towards her breasts, Kinudasai couldn't help but scream. "I got it! I super got it! I agree! I super agree! Super stop right now! You should have done this earlier." Wu Yan stopped moving his hands and shook his head. He didn't even try to hide the delight in his voice as he let go of Kinudasai. After regaining her breasts, Kinudasai fell to the ground with a pale face. Chapter 262. Academy City Number 3, Dark Matter. Kakin Taidaku has been defeated by the newly promoted LV5. Lightning Flash, Wu Yan. From today onwards, the LV5 rankings of Academy City have been reorganized. Wu Yan of Lightning Flash is ranked 3rd. Dark Matter. Kakin Taidaku has been removed from the rankings. When this news appeared on the screen of the airship, the two 3 million people of Academy City were in an uproar. Among them, the ones who were in the most uproar were the research institutions in Academy City, as well as the ladies of Tokuwadai. At this time, those research institutions in Academy City, those scientists with developed brains, once again, bombed the brains that they were so proud of until they went blank. The fact that an 8th LV5 had appeared in Academy City was enough to cause a ruckus among the so-called experts. After all, developing superpowers was one of their main jobs. The appearance of another LV5 not only meant that Academy City's strength had improved, it also meant that the research institutions that were looking for research topics all day long had another research target. In the past, whenever a LV5 appeared in Academy City, the research institutions would quarrel until they couldn't get away with it. It was possible that they would even fight or secretly scheme against the LV5, and the reason was just to get a LV5 to do research, but this time, they didn't, because they were already in a frenzy. When these experts broke their heads and still couldn't find any information about Wu Yan, countless information about Wu Yan was placed on their desks. At this time, they were shocked to find that this so-called LV5 was actually just a LV0. And it was a LV0 that was judged by the attainment judgment to be useless for the rest of his life. What did this mean? It meant that the railgun, Misaka Mikoto, the current number 2 who broke the attainment judgment craze, was once again ignited. And it couldn't be more explosive. The fact that the railgun broke the attainment judgment and went from number 3 to number 2 was already enough to make them go crazy. But now, this Wu Yan seriously broke the attainment judgment from LV0 to LV5. Misaka Mikoto's example could be explained by, since they were both LV5, it was inevitable that the judgment would be wrong, but it was still LV5. However, Wu Yan's example could no longer be explained. The attainment judgment was a serious blow. Not only that, these experts also found out that Misaka Mikoto and Wu Yan who broke the attainment judgment were a couple. This was too much of a coincidence, so much so that they couldn't help but think that Misaka Mikoto might have a way to break the attainment judgment. Or maybe this Wu Yan had a way to break the attainment judgment? If that's the case, then wouldn't Academy City be able to mass-produce LV5s? Countless researchers went crazy. Later on, people kept coming to their door, trying to get Wu Yan or Mikoto to join their so-called research. Once they were rejected, they resorted to underhanded methods. Of course, these people were all sent away by Wu Yan to seek Yama's love. As for the missus of Tokuwadai, they were even crazier. Some of them even wanted to jump down from the Tokuwadai dormitory to prove that they weren't dreaming. How could they not go crazy? The scum that they looked down on, the scum that stole Misaka-sama and Shokuho-sama in their hearts, actually jumped up and became a LV5 that they looked up to. Furthermore, he defeated Kakin Taidaku and became the 3rd LV5 in the ranking. How could the missus of Tokuwadai who wanted to chop Wu Yan into pieces every day accept this? Especially a certain black and white creature? No. This can't be real. That scum. How can he be LV5? And he defeated the dark matter. Just like Sis, he even took over Sis's previous ranking. This is so enviable. My Sis. She's getting further and further away from me. Sis. Then, this black and white creature's neck was broken by a dormitory supervisor for disturbing the peace of the dormitory. Then, it was thrown in front of Tokuwadai's door and turned into a corpse. When this news appeared on the airship, Shokuha Misaki was in her dormitory. After hearing this news, Shokuha Misaki covered her mouth and couldn't help but laugh. Arara, this is getting more and more interesting. Shokuha Misaki, who was in her dormitory, was the first to hear this news. Then, Mujino Shizuri, who was stumbling along a small path, also saw the news on the airship. She stared blankly at the screen on the airship, not sure if it's because she can't believe it or because she's trying to figure out if there's any difference between the picture and the news. Number 3. Mujino Shizuri lowered her head. She couldn't help but recall the time when she went to look for Kakin Taidaku and tried to defeat him. She also recalled the time when she was crushed by Kakin Taidaku and almost lost her life. Mujino Shizuri couldn't believe that Kakin Taidaku, the one who almost killed her, was defeated by the person she hates the most. No. After seeing Kakin Taidaku's withdrawal from the ranking, Mujino Shizuri already guessed that Kakin Taidaku was killed by Wu Yan. Otherwise, Kakin Taidaku would have been pushed down to number 4 and she would have been number 5. Taking a deep breath, Mujino Shizuri lifted her foot and continued to walk forward with great difficulty. If one were to observe her closely, one would discover that her eyes were filled with unwillingness. In Wu Yan's house, Chuju and Mikoto were also stunned when they saw the news. Ikaros stood there quietly without saying anything. Only Astria cheered, "Master is on TV." And they looked at each other. How did Yen become number 3? Mikoto patted her own cheeks in shock, asking in disbelief. Who knows? Chuju frowned. We'll ask him when he comes back. Chuju, who said that didn't expect Wu Yan to bring them such a big surprise. When he comes back, Academy City is in a state of shock because of Wu Yan's promotion to number 3. Meanwhile, Wu Yan's side was stunned for a moment before calming down. Kinueda Sai-ai, Frenda, and Takitsubu Riku saw Kakin Taidaku's corpse being carried over by Wu Yan. Being able to kill dark matter, it's not surprising that Wu Yan became number 3. The reason why Wu Yan calmed down is because he's frowning. If he were to become the 3rd, it would mean that the fact that he had defeated Kakin Taidaku had already been known by others. Or more accurately, Alistair already knew about it. Wu Yan couldn't help but frown. It hasn't even been half an hour since he killed Kakin Taidaku. How did Alistair find out about it in half an hour? Hovering loop doesn't work on him anymore. However, with Alistair's methods, it's not hard for him to find out. Wu Yan's real question is, why did he send this message? Is he trying to tie me down to Academy City? He should know that it's pointless, or was Alistair trying to warn him? Was he trying to tell him that Alistair was keeping an eye on him? Since he can't figure it out, Wu Yan decided to stop thinking about it. Wu Yan knows his own limits, even though he has the advantage over Alistair with Meteor Shower. If he wants to compete with Alistair in terms of brains, he'll be courting death. At the very least, Wu Yan doesn't think he's as smart as Alistair. That freak, no matter what Alistair wants to do, he'll just have to deal with it. After all, he's not the only one on his side. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.